healthcare system of Baylor Athletics. Your healthcare, your way. Premier ER and urgent care. Feel better now. Rudy's Barbecue, the home of real Texas barbecue. Coming up, we'll break down today's game, check scores, and take you inside Baylor baseball. And now, let's go live to the booth with Derek Smith.
Well, it has not been the best weekend for the Bears up to this point, but an opportunity to change that today here in the series finale. Cincinnati claimed the series yesterday with a win over the Bears. Now Baylor has an opportunity to bounce back and try to go home with a victory under their belt in Cincinnati. Good morning, actually, everyone, and thanks so much for joining us alongside Tom Barfield. I'm Derek Smith coming to you from UC Baseball Stadium in Cincinnati. Our producer, Van Goodall, is back in our studios in Waco. We are pleased to have you with us today. And Tom, Friday and Saturday, not too good for the good guys. You look, Baylor has scored just one run. That was in the first inning, given up 19 runs. They've committed an uncharacteristic 5 errors in the field. That's not going to win you a lot of games, and it hasn't. Now, this team can be up and down at times, but they are better than what they've looked this weekend, but you got to prove it, and you got that chance today.
You know what? It's about you're tested every time you go to the field. Every time you step between those white stripes, you're tested, and you're either going to pass or you're going to fail, and it has not been a good weekend, to say the least. But this is a club that is capable. And that, I think, Derek, that may be one of the frustrating things for us as fans, and that's what we are. I mean, we're in the broadcast booth, but we're still fans of this baseball team. And it's that you've seen it. You've seen them do it. You've seen them do it at a high caliber against incredibly talented competition. And yet there's times when you're wondering, well, what happened? And it has been a little roller coaster ride. And when this club plays, this club can compete with anybody in America. And I believe that.
I agree. Well, we've seen it. Ole Miss, that's West Virginia wins over top 25 teams. But then when they're struggling and when they're pressing, which it appears they have been both of those this week, and obviously we've seen the struggle. The pressing appears to be there as well. They can not be anywhere near what they're capable, and that's been the case so far for the Bears on the weekend. Just one run on 12 hits. But as you've often said, as Coach Mitch Thompson says, momentum goes as far as who's ever on the mound for the day, and I like who the Bears have. Ethan Calder, the senior lefty for the Bears, 3-3, a 4.08 ERA. He brings a veteran presence and moxie to the mound, and the Bears will look to kind of play off of that today.
They will. They'll have. And look, they're set for pitching. They've just got to score. I mean, they've got Ethan Calder, they got Bunch, they got Rue. They've got arms available, quality, high-caliber arms to pitch in this ballpark against this club. They've just got to find a way, Derek, to get started offensively and get this thing going. And that's been the problem. They scored one run in the first inning on Friday night and haven't scored since. And that is so uncharacteristic for this club. This is a club that that just hasn't happened, but it has happened this weekend. So they got to find a way. And you're right, no pressing. Just go play the game, let the game come to you. And if they can do that, I think they'll be fine today.
The Bears will be without Cade Dodson. His shoulder will be evaluated when we get back to Waco. Being careful, it's in a sling today, so he is not in the starting lineup. Brighton Clements, the redshirt freshman, is back out there today. We are just about 15 minutes away from first pitch on a pleasant, sunny Sunday morning here in Cincinnati, a game that's going to start at 11 a.m., actually 11:05 a.m. Eastern time, will be 10:05 Central time. So, Tom, as people are getting their way out of church, there's still a few more minutes to get Rudy's breakfast tacos.
Exactly.
There's still, you could grab some food, grab some brunch on the way home. And tune in the rest of the way. So bright and early, but they can do that.
That's what we want you to do. We want you to be a part of this thing. But so get you. You could even fire up the grill.
Okay.
You start getting that grill ready while we get this thing rolling here at 10 a.m. in the morning.
Bright and early on a Sunday morning, Baylor and Cincinnati. We'll take a timeout, and when we come back, we'll give you the starting lineups. We'll share the thoughts of Bears head coach Mitch Thompson. Series finale today. Baylor trying to salvage and head home with a win about 15 minutes from now here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
We don't just build trucks. We build something that's meant to last. That's why the 2026 Toyota Tundra isn't just built in Texas. It's built by Texas. Every line, weld, and seal shaped with the pride, heat, and strength that only Texas really knows. The Tundra is built to tough it out and to take it easy. Built to carry tradition and to make new ones. Built to roll with the punches and to go the distance. Built stronger, built louder, built here. The 2026 Toyota Tundra. Built in Texas, driven everywhere. Test drive at your local Toyota dealer or visit Toyota.com today. Toyota. Let's go places. Feature availability differs based on trim. See Toyota.com for details.
You're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
We welcome you back into Cincinnati, Ohio on this Sunday morning. The first two games have not gone Baylor's way. There's an opportunity to head home with a win. Later this afternoon, if the lineup and the pitchers that Mitch Thompson sends out there can play a little better than they have over the course of the last two games. Let's take a look now at the starting lineups when it comes to sports medicine and orthopedics. Baylor, Scott and White, Southwest Sports Medicine and Orthopedics brings the home team advantage to Central Texans. Starting lineup first for Mitch Thompson's Bears in their Sunday golds. Green letters and numerals, white trim. Baylor 19-15 overall, 7-7 in Big 12 play. In the lineup looks like this. Travis Sanders leads it off at shortstop, followed by the second baseman Pearson Reebok. He's been quiet this year, but he had 2 hits yesterday and some good at-bats. Hopefully a sign that the slump he's in is beginning to thaw. Brady Janusek, the right fielder, bats third, followed by cleanup hitting Tice Armstrong at first base. The DH is Hunter Snow, batting fifth. Brighton Clements brings a .205 average to the plate, batting in the sixth spot at third base. Ty Johnson in left field hits seventh. J.J. Kinnick catches and bats eighth. Speedy true freshman Bo Caraway roams center field and bats ninth. Ethan Calder is the pitcher, the lefty senior for the Bears, who became the first Baylor pitcher in 4 years to reach 200 innings in his career. For the Cincinnati Bearcats, wearing the off-white uniforms, the vintage white with black letters and numerals, red trim. Jordan Bischel's lineup looks like this for his 24-13 Bearcats, who are 6-8 in Big 12 play. Ryan Taransky leads it off in right field, followed by the nation's leading home run hitter, first baseman Quentin Coates. Jackson Smith bats third at second base, followed by the cleanup hitting catcher Jack Natilli. Derek Pitts, who had 3 hits and a home run yesterday, bats fifth in center field, followed by the DH Enzo Infelice. Cal Sefcik bats seventh in left field. Christian Mitchell at third base bats eighth. Charlie Niehaus ninth. Starting lineups brought to you by Baylor, Scott and White, Southwest Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. From injury prevention to enhanced recovery, team up with us to get back in the game. Time now to hear from Bears head coach Mitch Thompson, who wants to see his team improve at the plate today.
Well, and anything that we have gotten going the last 2 days, basically has happened with 2 outs. And we may have 2 outs and nobody on base, and then if we fight and get 2 guys on base, and you have a chance, but it's only one chance, and when then we make the third out. One of the keys offensively to scoring runs is getting leadoff men on base and having traffic and creating traffic throughout the inning. We haven't done a very good job of that. I think we're 1 for 17 in the 17 innings we played this weekend. I think we've only got 1 leadoff hitter on. So, that's a point of emphasis. It's a focus. Hey, man, get leadoff guys. Compete your tail off. Let's figure out a way to get on, start things off, and hopefully if we can get off to a start and get a couple hits and score a couple runs and stuff like that, it'll all come about. And but it's a frustrating thing. It's a frustrating thing for the guys. They're working. They're trying as hard as they can. Pressing is just an issue of wanting it so bad that you're like pushing instead of really taking the breath and focusing on what you need to do to be successful.
You talked about not getting leadoff guys on top two spots in the lineup this weekend yet to get a hit. That makes it tough. You switched it up a little bit today. Pearson Reebok in the 2-0. I know he's struggled as of late, but it seems like in addition to the 2 hits yesterday, he's given you some good at-bats that looked a little more Pearson Reebok like this weekend.
Very much more like him this weekend. His at-bats are better, and, I've got to have I need to have a left-hander up there in that spot to spread our left-handers out so that they're not all clumped together at the bottom of the lineup, in the 5, 6, 7, 8 spot. So I need one up there in that 2 spot and kind of break it up a little bit. And Pearson's been giving us good at-bats this weekend, so, yeah, we moved him back up.
Visiting with head coach Mitch Thompson, it is Baylor and Cincinnati in the 3rd game of the series today. Ethan Calder on the hill for the Bears. Boy, he's given you some good outings these last couple of games in particular. What has he been doing well, and what does he need to do today?
Yeah, he's got to throw his game. He's got to locate his stuff. This is an aggressive offensive team. This is a team that can hurt you up and down. They're going to compete at bat to at bat. They're playing really well right now. And it's funny, last week they were really scuffling at Oklahoma State. And so, I told our guys yesterday, every college baseball team goes through these ups and downs, but you've got to respond and you've got to take a breath and you've got to get back to doing the things you do. So what do we need Ethan to do today? We need Ethan to be Ethan, come out here, throw strikes, command the zone, attack hitters, get us into the game, give us an opportunity to get things going offensively and get into it.
It seems like you got most of the bullpen ready to go.
Yeah, no, I think we're in good shape there too. I mean, obviously we've Friday we got behind early enough that we didn't use the guys that are kind of our leverage type pieces. Yesterday we got a couple of those guys out there, but that means that we still got 3 or 4 of them left. So we're in good shape in the bullpen.
All right, Coach, thanks very much. Go get them.
Thanks, Derek.
Bears head coach Mitch Thompson with his pregame comments. It's the series finale coming up from Cincinnati. The Bears and the Bearcats on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar, the better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Listen to that endless pour. Pure refreshment. If it sounds this good, just imagine how it tastes. Oh yeah, so good. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
If you need a trailer, Flat Rock Trailers has got you covered. From light-duty single-axle utility trailers to the Big Tex tandem duals. We also carry a full line of enclosed cargo trailers. Need a motorcycle trailer? We've got them. Need a dump trailer? We've got the largest selection in the state. Oil field trailers? We carry a full line of Big Tex trailers to handle all your needs. Trailer repairs? We repair all makes and models. We'll even rent you a trailer if you need to use one for a day. Flat Rock Trailers, your #1 source for all your trailer needs. Find us at flatrocktrailers.com.
From the Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios, this is KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265DV Temple, ESPN Central Texas.
This is Baylor Baseball. Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Today's game is brought to you by Bubba's 33, Scratch Made, Food for All, Gulf States Toyota, Let's Go Places, Baylor Scott and White, the official hospital and healthcare system of Baylor Athletics. Your healthcare, your way. Premier ER and Urgent Care. Feel better now. Rudy's Barbecue, the home of real Texas barbecue. Get ready. Get ready. The first pitch is just moments away. Now, let's go back to the booth with Derek Smith.
Back here in Cincinnati, Ohio, where on a sunny morning, the head coaches for both teams are meeting at home plate. Mitch Thompson for the Bears, Jordan Bischel for Cincinnati. The Bearcats have taken the first 2 games of the series by a combined score of 19-1, and so the Bears will look to flip the script today. And Tom, so far they have. This is a team that's had just 1 winless weekend on the year. It's the first time in a series, though, and this does speak well of them, that they've made it to Sunday needing a game to salvage. And you want to see it bring out the best in them, hopefully play loose. You can't win the series, but you can head home feeling good.
Yeah, and that's, and only one team's going to feel good after a Sunday series, and that's the team that wins on Sunday. And you're right, Derek, because this club has been so darn good on Fridays, they haven't had to go to a Sunday game needing a win to salvage. It's always been about we've already secured the series and we're going for a sweep, or we are trying to win a series and it's 1-1, because they have been so they really have been so good on Friday nights this has not been the scenario. Let's see how they respond.
Yeah. Bears have won the last 2 series finales, so they're going to try to continue that today. Tom, by the way, saw Coach Mitch Thompson talking down on the field with one of Cincinnati's assistants, Tom Winsky. Head coach Mitch Thompson and Tom were college baseball teammates at Fort Hays State.
Really?
So they've been friends a long time. Tom Winsky has coached at a couple of stops with head coach Jordan Bishop. But, yeah, going all the way back to Fort Hays State University. So that's a fun tie for 2 coaching lifers.
The heartland of Kansas.
Yes. Tell you what, Fort Hays State, by the way, I'll say this. Because I've done this, if you want to see Mitch Thompson from his playing days, you can Google Mitch Thompson, Fort Hays State. There's some great photos. How
about that?
Yeah, some great 80s style baseball uniforms. So take a look at that if you are so inclined here on this Sunday morning. Tom, it is just now 10 o'clock in the morning back at home, so appreciate those of you who are with us early today, and more join in. We'll see if we can make it an early day with a win here in Cincinnati as Baylor tries to close it out. Tom, the Bears are going to get a chance to hit first before Ethan Calder throws a pitch. They scored in the first inning on Friday, and obviously that did not lead to a win, but I think scoring early would take a load off of everyone's shoulders. You think Coach said you are pressing, and I think baseball something about baseball just wants to punish you when you're pressing. Every sport you can you struggle when you press, but something about baseball just makes it that much worse.
Well, I think it's because it's such an individual sport. It's a group of individuals, coming together as a team. In basketball, if I miss the rebound, you could get the rebound.
Yeah.
In football, if I miss the tackle, you can get the tackle. But in baseball, if I miss the pitch, I miss the pitch.
Yeah.
There's nobody can. So it's a group of individuals playing as a team, and you're right. And I think sometimes Derek, it can become contagious.
Yes.
I think when one starts to press, then several. I mean, and I think up and down this lineup, you got a bunch of guys that want to win. They're hungry to win, and as you pointed out, and as Mitch pointed out in his pregame comments, they start to press a little bit. That's a problem. And so if you can get started fast, if you can get off to a good start, get relaxed, kind of settle into the game, and then just let the game come to you, I think that would help this club very much as this Sunday morning / afternoon unfolds.
Yeah, well said. Umpires today, Jason Stidham will call balls and strikes. Luke Hamilton is at first. Second baseman is Rick Allen. David Buck, the arbiter, at third. Cincinnati takes the field as they fan out to their positions. Travis Sanders will soon make his way to the plate to take on freshman Connor Blue. Connor Blue, a 3-0 record, a 5.16 ERA. In 29 and 2/3 innings, I beg your pardon. He has struck out 23, and he has walked 15. Blue is a 6'3 freshman out of O'Fallon, Illinois, in the St. Louis area. Tommy has an ERA of 8 in conference action. A guy with a fastball in the low 90s. He's got a slider and a cutter as well, and a changeup he can employ. He's been hit a little bit, but the Bears need to hit him. He's a freshman who has good stuff. He has struggled with really commanding it fully, as a lot of freshmen do, but he's got good stuff, and the Bears need to kind of get a read on it and make him be the one pitching from behind rather than hitting from behind, which we've seen so much this weekend.
He does have good stuff, and he does have a good breaking ball. But what the numbers tell you, Derek, is he's hittable. So you got to go hit him, and that's just the simple fact of the matter, as this club needs to get on this guy and get on him early and stay on him and just get after this club today and see how it and if you do that after 27 outs, let's see where the chips fall. I mean, and I think that's kind of the mentality you got to take. Play this thing like your hair's on fire, and get after this guy, and then let's see what happens after all 27 outs are made.
You know, both teams should have most of their bullpen arms, leverage arms ready. Baylor did play Charlie Atkinson and Braden Bergman yesterday. They pitched him yesterday, but, everyone else, Caleb Bunch, certainly R.J. Rouet, he's good to go, and obviously Cincinnati has all of theirs as well.
Absolutely. So it's going to come down to offensive execution, right? I mean, who can get after it offensively? And in the first 2 ball games, Cincinnati's been really good.
Well, Connor Blue is ready. Travis Sanders makes his way to the plate, and we'll get this game going in the first inning. That's brought to you by Premier ER and Urgent Care, the official around-the-clock care provider of Baylor Athletics. Travis Sanders is hitless on the weekend, but an opportunity to change that right off the bat here as he stands in the right-handed batter's box. Connor Blue rocks and fires and nearly hits him on a pitch inside. This game is underway. A 92-mile-an-hour fastball brushes Sanders back, and the count is 1-0. They have a chattery dugout on the third base side here. Cincinnati players noisy into the game. The 1-0 pitch is high, and it's 2-0. Favorable upswing count to the right-handed hitting junior. He reached base 35 straight games dating back to last year, but then has failed to reach base the last couple of games. So that says to me, Tom, that he's very much due. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Strike up in the zone, and it's 2-1. Spark plays small, 320 down the lines, 360 to the alley, 395 to center. Not a lot of wind today, much less than we've seen the last 2 days. Flags blowing in from left to right just a bit. Here's the 2-1 to Sanders. It's a breaking ball down and away, 3-1.
I don't care how you get on base, Derek. It's about getting on base, right? Create traffic, as Mitch talked about in the pregame.
Well, Mitch mentioned just one time on the weekend, Baylor has got the leadoff man aboard, but there's a chance right here. Connor Blue, the freshman, rocks and fires, and a foul ball back off the fastball, runs the count full at 3-2. Sanders facing Blue for the first time. This is the second ever weekend matchup between these two teams. The Bears took 2 out of 3 in Waco 2 years ago. Here's the payoff pitch, and it is strike 3 call. Top of the zone. Sanders took a couple of steps towards first, but was rung up by Jason Stidham, and there's 1 away.
That is the 6th time this weekend that Travis Sanders has struck out.
Well, Tom, the top 2 spots in the lineup, 1 and 2, are now 0 for 17 on the weekend with 10 strikeouts. That just makes it hard to really set the stage. And Pearson Reebok, though, has done his part this weekend, and he's moved up into the 2 spot again. The sophomore looks at a fastball top of the zone, strike 1. He had 2 hits yesterday and really good at-bats. He's been getting on base, he's been battling, and that's who he was last year. He bats with 1 out and the bases empty. Looks at an off-speed delivery down low, and the count evens at 1-1.
Coaches talk about competitive at-bats, and that's what he gave you yesterday. He gave you competitive at-bats, bats that play, quite frankly.
It'll be a 1-1. The pitch sliced foul into the netting over the Cincinnati dugout, and it is 1-2.
There's times where guys are up there, they don't see the ball well, they're just not going well, and they're not competitive at bats. They're guessing and things of that nature, but not yesterday for Reebok. I thought he looked good on Friday as well.
Just underway here in Cincinnati. Agreed, Tom. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and he fought it off foul. So he's followed a 2-strike count, but let's see if he can be pesky, make Blue throw some pitches, and move from there. Is that a chew toy we just heard? I think there's dogs in the park today.
I think it's dog days of spring or something. Yeah. I don't have a clue, but there's dogs all over the place.
I think I just heard a chew toy or something. I don't know whatever that was. Here's the 1-2 pitch. He lays off, and he did not go around, says third base umpire David Buck. Nice job by Reebok. He started to flinch, but threw on the brakes.
That was a breaker in the carpet, and he just said, you know what? He recognized the spin and just laid off the pitch.
Count even at 2-2. Connor Blue, the freshman for Cincinnati, delivers, and he tags that foul. Reebok does a long way out past a tree on Corey Avenue that runs along the third baseline here in this compact Cincinnati campus. Second baseman is playing several steps into shallow right field, and that actually robbed the Bears of a couple of hits yesterday. 2-2, the pitch. He lines it down the left field line. That's going to drop in for extra bases and roll into the corner. Reebok around first, tears into second with a one-out double. Great at-bat by Pearson Reebok, who is showing some real signs of finding his groove again.
Again, Derek, he's fighting off good pitch, fights off another good pitch, fights off another good pitch, gets one he can handle, inside-out swing, takes it down the left field line, and you got one standing at second base.
Well, a double for Pearson Reebok. Reebok didn't have anything to show for 4 good at-bats yesterday, save for a couple walks, but yesterday a double in the second inning. And now he's in scoring position for Brady Janusek. The first pitch from Blue is an off-speed pitch high, and it's 1-0. Well, Janusek and Armstrong, the on-deck hitter, were really fantastic on Friday at the plate. Really, no one was fantastic yesterday at the plate, but they were bright spots on a tough day on Friday. I'd love to see him be that again. The 1-0 pitch is lined up the middle. That's going to trickle on through into center field, a base hit. Reebok had to wait to see if that ball was going to get by the infielders. It did, and they're on the corners with one out.
Yeah, he was actually headed back to the second base bag on that little flare into center field, and Jim Blair thought about it. I mean, he went down the line about halfway, then threw up the stop sign. And, now you got him on the corners and a chance for a fly ball to get you a run.
Here is Tice Armstrong. Armstrong, 12 homers, 39 RBIs for the 285 hitter. Middle infield for Cincinnati, double play depth, and the pitch. Breaking ball in for strike one. Pearson Reebok doubled, and then Brady Janusek singled him to third. Baylor threatening here in the first inning against Connor Blue. There's a throw over to first. Janusek falls a bit awkwardly, but falls back into the bag. Opposing batters are hitting .248 against the freshman right-hander. Blue from the stretch. He works, and the pitch up high evens the count at 1-1. Baylor trying to snap a string of 16 straight scoreless innings at the plate. They got a good opportunity to do so. Here's the 1-1 pitch, turned on and bounced foul sharply up the third base side to run the count to 1-2.
Hit the ball hard, but out in front of that one and bangs it foul down the line. Blue he's got some interesting numbers. 24 strikeouts, but he's also walked 15.
Yep. Yeah, that's too many walks. I mean, you'll see that with a freshman who has good stuff, I guess. And there's a throw over. Janusek has it measured out, gets his hand on the bag just ahead of the tag. Armstrong holds the bat high in the air, twirls it around. 1-2. Bears need him to put it in play here. And now Blue steps off.
It was a long pause, almost as if he was confused, and then he steps off.
Is there a pitch clock issue? 1-2 the count, because they obviously didn't add a ball or a strike to anyone's tally. No timeout was called. Here's the 1-2 pitch. That is off the plate away, and it's 2-2. The catcher, Jack Natilli, came up ready to fire if any of the runners were on the move, but they were not.
It's almost as if they were anticipating movement on the bases. The way he popped up and checked first and checked third.
Janusek at first, Reebok at third for the Bears. The pitch fouled back. Breaking ball. They went to a breaking ball. That's been a trouble pitch for Armstrong, but he fights it off foul.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, Blue came in on his hands, and that's a pretty good pitch, and Tice did a great job to fight that thing off and keep the AB going.
Back-to-back hits for the Bears. They're trying to turn it into a first-inning run. 2-2, a throw over, it's close. Oh, the throw is in the dirt. Reebok coming home, the throw not in time. The Bears score a first inning run as Reebok comes home on the throw to first that just is mishandled momentarily, Tom, by Coates, but that was good, hard, aggressive base running by Reebok to give the Bears a 1-0
Yeah,
lead.
that's that. I'm telling you, that was probably a play dialed up. If he throws to first, you're going. And Reebok uses his speed and gets home and gives the Bears the 1-0 lead.
2-2 now to the waiting Tice Armstrong. There goes JD a second. That's turned on and hit a mile, but foul. Good grief, that ball was hit a long way. But unfortunately, he was out in front. They better be looking. I think they're stopping on that track over there.
Yes.
I think that bounced in front of them and startled them, and that is across the street. I mean, it's just a foul ball, so we're in and eyeing over that. But suffice to say, Tice Armstrong sent that ball a long way from where it started. The 2-2 pitch on the way, lifted the other way, shallow into right field. This is going to bring on Tyranski. He makes the catch, and there's 2 down. They still haven't scored how Reebok came home there, Tom. I mean, would that be, I'm trying to think, I don't know if that's considered a straight steal in the sense that he wasn't coming home until the ball got away from the first baseman.
Or was he?
Or was he?
And I think that's probably what they're debating inside.
Yeah. Hunter Snow stands in with 2 outs. 197 hitter. You'd love to see him get going. Janiusek, a delayed steal, takes off for second base, and he's in there in time as the throw bounces away from Niehaus, and he is safe with a steal for Brady Janiusek, his 14th of the season.
How about the aggression from this club this morning?
Yeah, it suits this team.
It does.
1-0 Baylor lead. Hunter Snow at the plate. Brady Janiusek at second base with 2 outs. The pitch misses up to Snow, and the count evens at 1-1. See his dad, Justin Snow, here, just up the road in Indianapolis. At least I believe I saw him a moment ago. 1-1. There's a look back to second base and an inside throw.
A little cat and mouse game going on between Niehaus, the shortstop, and Janiusek.
Max Calderon tells us officially it's a steal of home for Pearson Reebok. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed, and it's 1-2. Well, right now they actually put that in the books as a throwing error. Throwing error on pitcher Connor Blue, beg your pardon. 1-2 to Snow. The pitch downstairs, 2-2. One nothing Baylor lead here, top of the first inning. That means Ethan Calder will have a lead before he ever throws a pitch, but let's see if the Bears can pad it. Runner at second, 2 away. The 2-2 pitch to Snow, swung on and missed. He chased that inside breaking ball, and the side is retired. But the Bears strike first. They get a run on 2 hits and strand a man at the end of a half inning of play. Our score, Baylor 1, Cincinnati coming to bat on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Serving Texas since 2007, Magnolia Realty is a full-service brokerage led by expert industry knowledge and a commitment to community. With kindness and integrity at the forefront, every agent is equipped to help you navigate the market and make the real estate journey your own. Whether buying or selling, feel supported with an award-winning agent at your side from first offer to contract and close. Magnolia Realty serves cities including Waco, Dallas, Fort Worth, Austin, San Antonio, Temple. Learn more at magnoliarealty.com.
Looking for a fun night out with family or friends? Head to Magnolia Field at Baylor Ballpark and catch Baylor baseball this season. Single game tickets are on sale now, starting at just $6 for general admission seating. Or stop by the ballpark for $2 Tuesdays, featuring discounted concession items, plus $2 off general admission tickets. Grab your seats now at BaylorBears.com/tickets, and we'll see you at Baylor Ballpark.
You're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
It's a 1-0 Baylor lead as we head to the bottom of the first inning. Ethan Calder to take the hill for the start. the senior left-hander, has been such a mainstay for this program over the last 3 years, heading into, really, you look about the final month of his senior year regular season. Hopefully plenty more to come after that. But what a mainstay that Ethan Calder has been for this team. The left-hander out of Lake Travis. Calder making his 9th start on the season. He's been out there every weekend, and he brings a record of 3-3 to the mound, a 4.08 ERA. In just under 40 innings, he has struck out 32, and he has walked 9. He'll face Ryan Taransky, Quentin Coates, and Jackson Smith to start the first inning for the Bearcats, should any of them reach. We'll see the catcher, Jack Natilli. 1-0 Baylor lead as we head to the bottom of the first inning, brought to you by Premier ER and Urgent Care, the official around-the-clock care provider of Baylor Athletics. Left-handed leadoff man Ryan Taransky stands in. Lefty-lefty matchup. And the first pitch is lined out into center field. Bo Caraway's going to have to play it on the hop. And that's a first pitch single off of Calder for the leadoff man. He's aboard.
Just his second hit in the series.
Here is Quentin Coates, the home run hitter. The nation's best at that. I feel like it's like you're obligated to say the nation's leading home run hitter before his name. He had one on Friday, and there's a throw over to first. Taransky is back. Step off there from Calder. Defensively for the Bears in the outfield, Ty Johnson's in left today. That means freshman center fielder Bo Caraway gets the nod there, and right fielder Brady Janusek. Here's the pitch to Coates, in for his strike with a high fastball, and it's 0-1. Infield leather for the Bears. Right side, Tice Armstrong at first, and Pearson Reebok at second. Left side, Travis Sanders at short, and Brighton Clements at third. He's playing behind the bag. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Coates slices a foul away. He's the opposite side from the right-handed batter's box, and it's quickly 0-2. Coates will punch out, a free swinging power hitter. 53 strikeouts on the year, and Calder's jumped ahead 0-2, and then the battery, of course. Calder pitching, J.J. Kennett behind the plate. There's a throw over, and Taransky back standing up. This Cincinnati team leads the Big 12 in steals, and Taransky has 9. Yeah, there you go. You hear the day. It's what you say. It's Tom.
Dog days of spring.
Yeah. Here's the 0-2 pitch up high, and it is 1-2. You know, our bark at the park is, I believe, coming up here a little later, so we'll, we can return that. But yeah, that one dog, he was upset about something, or excited. You don't know. Yeah, it could be. Middle infield at double play depth for the Bears. The 1-2 pitch. Coates out in front of a breaking ball, but just gets a piece of it foul. Tom, let's see here. Actually, I'll hold that thought for a second as Coates stands in. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Coates. Takes, called strike 3. Froze him with the fastball, and there's one down.
And again, he hits a lot of balls hard, and he hits a lot of balls out of the park, but he also strikes out a lot. 54th time this year, that leads their club on a team that strikes out a lot.
They do. They're free swinging, and it works for them. They've got some big boppers in the lineup with a little more pop, I think, in particular, Coates and the catcher, Jack Natilli. Here's Jackson Smith, the second baseman. J.J. Kennett tries to frame a fastball at the top of the zone, but it is called ball 1.
J.J. really wanted that one. I mean, he held it for an extra second or two.
There's a throw over. They are keeping an eye, the Bears are, on Taransky.
Taransky's got 9 stolen bags this year.
Here's the 1-0 pitch, a wave and a miss, and the count evens 1-1. Next up for the Bears, UTSA on Tuesday. The Bears are hoping to carry a win into that big midweek matchup. Bears up 1-0 here in the home first inning. A rip foul. That sends Bearcats scattering. In fact, they're chirping at their own teammate now a little bit.
That ball was smoked, wasn't it, Derek?
That was. That was on him in a hurry.
From a left-handed bat, he just sprayed it right towards their dugout.
1-2. Here is the pitch way outside. The breaking ball, a little too much glove side run, and the count is even at 2-2. Jackson Smith is a .314 hitter. Two sliced foul aways out over the. Says, I tell you what, Tom, I'm realizing there's this street that we drive down to get to the parking garage here. There's a lot of foul balls that are going to end up there. You got to keep your head on a swivel out there.
I'm just thinking about the building across the street with all the glass windows.
Oh yeah, that's true. A little chopper is called a foul ball. That bounces out into the field of play. J.J. Kennett throws on to first just in case. But it is called a foul by home plate umpire Jason Stidham. A pesky at-bat for Jackson Smith, who's even in the count 2-2, but fouling off some nice pitches. J.J. Kennett continues to heal from almost a month ago now when he was hit in the face by a pitch. Everything continues to move the right way for him, and healing and having to do a little less related to treatment. The 2-2 pitch is rolled up the middle. Could be two. Reebok with a glove flip for one, and then the throw to first not quite in time. That was a nice flip by Reebok. The speedy Tyranski made that interesting at second base on the slow roller, but smooth fielding from Reebok, Tom.
You know what, Derek, I'll be honest with you. I think if he takes that ball out of the glove with his hand and flips to Sanders covering the bag at second, he's safe.
I think you're right.
I think that was his only play because that ball was such a slow rolling baseball off of the bat of Smith that he was able to, to glove flip, and it was a good-looking play, and it got the leading runner.
Great instinct there from Reebok at second base, and there's now two down, a runner at first. Bears up by a run in the home first inning. Calder is going to cut it over to first base and then turn his attention back toward the plate. Here's the first pitch, Natili's way, breaking ball in, called strike one. Ethan Calder reached 200 innings last week, the first Bear since Tyler Thomas in 2022 to get to that milestone number. He's been a workhorse. Another throw over to first. He's also got a good pickoff move, 3 pickoffs on the year. Two outs. Calder trying to send us on to the top of the second inning from the third base side of the rubber. He cuts loose the 0-1 and misses up and away. Sunshine on the field, just a few wispy clouds visible from our vantage point. A pleasantly cool weather for the most part this weekend, Tom, 72 degrees.
Yeah, the weatherman says we should see 85 before this day is over.
Here's the 1-1 pitch out in front of an off-speed delivery until he tops it foul, and it's 1-2.
I was kind of hoping for that 85 yesterday,
yeah.
But, we'll take it today.
Yeah, probably hit 85 right as you're getting on the airplane. 1-2, 2 outs. Calder cuts it loose, and a check swing, and it's ball 2. That was very, very close. Close to being in the zone, and I think he did throw on the brakes in time, obviously, but
Calder's a little perplexed. He thought he had strike 3.
2 balls, 2 strikes, and another throw over with Smith at first base. He'll run as well. In fact, he's the team leader in steals with 13. The 2-2 pitch from Calder, high, ball 3. So the count is full. That's going to get Smith running at first base on the pitch. Ethan Calder has thrown 18 pitches, 12 strikes here in the first inning. And now he's ready for the payoff to the 2-out batter until he just gets a piece of it foul. You know, the Cincinnati team will strike out a lot, but they'll also spoil some pitches.
And we saw that yesterday. Yeah. They did a tremendous job yesterday of fighting off really high-quality pitches to wait till they found one they could handle. And I think that's exactly what Pearson Reebok did in the top of the inning.
Payoff on the way again, and that is strike 3 call. Froze Natilli with the fastball just as he did Quentin Coates, and the side is retired. A base hit, a runner left for Cincinnati, and at the end of 1 complete, our score, Baylor 1, Cincinnati nothing, and you're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Are you a diehard Bears fan? Sure, your entire closet is Baylor green and gold. All your pets' names have started with Judge, and that good old Baylor line is your ringtone. But do you have an official Baylor University toll tag? That small green and gold sticker reps the Bears and cuts your toll bill in half. Visit getmytolltag.com to purchase your specialty tag and deck your ride with Baylor pride. Small sticker, big savings, sick 'em Bears.
Favorite jeans, favorite shirt. Got Conecuh sausage and I'm firing it up. Yeah, everybody knows it's how I get my grill on. You can smell that flavor up and down the road. It's a little taste of heaven, and everybody knows it's how I get my grill on. Conecuh sausage. It's just a little taste of heaven.
You're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Back here in Cincinnati, a good start for the Bears. They lead the Bearcats 1-0 as Baylor will send Brighton Clemens, Ty Johnson, and J.J. Kinnett to the plate against Connor Blue. Blue allowed a pair of hits in the first inning and a run, also got a strikeout. Actually got 2 strikeouts there in that frame. Tom, when this game is concluded, we'll be halfway through the Big 12 season, which is crazy to say. I mean, we're really in the home stretch now. You've got a regular season that's going to end just over a month away, so make your moves. Now's the time.
Yeah, I mean, there is no, hey, we got time to wait, but you've got to go. And it starts today, really, with game 35 of the season out of a 54-game schedule.
Yeah.
Seems like yesterday we were getting this thing started.
Here's Brighton Clemens leading off the inning. Belts one the other way, deep into right field, and it takes a nice light adjustment from Tyransky to make the play. That ball was hit well the other way by Clemens, and Tyransky thought he had a read on it. Tom ended up having to backpedal and reach out to make the snag.
He did have a read on it. It was a bad read. I mean, he had to go back and kind of jump up in the air at the last second to get to that baseball. Clemens hit it on the nose.
Well, I'd like to see more of that, despite nothing to show for it there, as Ty Johnson stands in the left-handed batter's box. Against left-handers, they generally shift the second baseman about 20 feet or so into right field as Ty Johnson takes ball 1. Sunshine pouring down onto the field now. It'll be a 1-0 pitch. Here it comes, and that's in for a strike, 1-1. Off-speed pitch to Ty Johnson. Taps the head of the bat on the plate. And Blue cuts it loose. Chopped the other way out towards short. A low glove by Niehaus throws on the run, 2 away. That'll bring up J.J. Kinnett with the bases empty and 2 down. Kinnett, a quiet weekend at the plate. He's hitting .250 on the season. 6 runs batted in. Try to set the table with 2 outs. At least extend the inning for Caraway. The pitch, that's flared into right field, but Tyransky has its measure, and that's a quick inning of work for Connor Blue and the Bearcats. Middle of 2, remains 1-0 Bears on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
At Baylor Scott & White McLean Children's, you'll find the care your child deserves and trusted expertise to set your mind at ease. with a network of convenient pediatric primary and specialty care clinics and an advanced medical center. They offer a full range of pediatric care close to home. Learn more at bswhealth.com/McLean-Children's. That's bswhealth.com/McLean-Children's.
Are you tired of slow internet? Are data caps and throttling making it impossible to stream your favorite shows and movies? If so, it sounds like it's time to switch to NextLink Internet. With NextLink, there are no data caps and no throttling, just super fast internet speeds, up to 1 gig over wireless in some areas. Plus, NextLink is an official partner of Baylor Athletics. So don't wait another minute. Give NextLink a call or go online to nextlinkinternet.com to see what special offers are available to you. Blazing fast internet is just a click or phone call away. Sick 'em, Bears.
You're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Back in Cincinnati, it's a 1-0 Baylor lead as Ethan Calder makes his way back to the mound to face batters 5, 6, and 7 for the Bearcats. A pair of strikeouts for Calder in the first inning against this good Cincinnati lineup. Cincinnati on the season is hitting .302, and they've obviously hit Baylor pitching pretty well this weekend. You know, it's funny yesterday, Tom, sometimes you don't have an answer per se, but, like someone like Zach Wallace yesterday, excellent with 0 outs or 1 out, but for whatever reason when he got to 2 outs, just struggled to make that pitch. You'll see that sometimes with pitchers, our Baylor hitters who, will look really good against a guy with a low ERA. Had really good at-bats. Really good at-bats on Friday at times, and then bad at-bats yesterday against a worse pitcher. Here's Derek Pitts leading it off. A breaking ball, misses high, ball 1.
Cincinnati put up 2, then 2, then 2. That did all of that damage when there were 2 outs.
Here's the 1-0 from Calder. It's at the top of the zone for a strike, and it's 1-1. I'll say this, for a team that, you look at the record, 19 wins, 15 losses, 7 wins, 7 losses in Big 12 play. Here's the 1-1 from Ethan Calder. Hit up very high, and that carries fairly deep to right center field, but Bo Caraway circles back in and puts it away for the first out of this bottom of the second inning. This team has been inconsistent, up and down, big wins against Ole Miss, West Virginia, and others, but then some losses where, like the last couple games, just haven't been super competitive. It's up and down. I think one thing you like is that Ethan Calder, you pretty much know what you're going to get from him. He's had some outings that haven't been his best, but you pretty much know what you're going to get from him. What you need is the guys who you really kind of lean on to be consistent. Here's Enzo Infelice, the 1-out batter, and a strike is in. It's 0-1 to Infelice. I think that's why it hurts a little more when you have quiet weekends from a Travis Sanders or from, some hitters in the 2-hole. This team really relies on them more than, they might in a couple, if you have a deeper team. The 0-1, strike in there, and it's 0-2.
That's a good pitch. He didn't like it, but that's a good pitch. And to your point, you're 100% correct. And I also think there's a confidence factor in that clubhouse for Ethan Calder that may not be anywhere else. I mean, he is, I think in a lot of cases, they feel like he's the guy.
Here's the 0-2 Infelice. Fights off a fastball, and the count holds 0-2. 1 out, bottom of the second. Bears are up 1-0. Yeah, he's the veteran. He's the guy they look to, a leader, a captain.
Correct.
He's ahead of Infelice 0-2, and Infelice rolls one off the end of the bat. Diving stop by Tice Armstrong, flips in rhythm to a covering Ethan Calder for the out. Nice collaboration there by Armstrong and Calder. Tom, that's a play they should make, but it's not an easy one. And on a weekend that Baylor hasn't been its best defensively, that's what you like to see.
Exactly. And to your point, it is a routine play because you practice that all the time, but there's nothing routine about the play. I mean, it is a difficult play in all phases, and then Calder's got to sprint over to the bag, got to make sure he hits the bag, got to make the catch, got to be a good underhand toss from Tyson. All of that worked to get the second out.
Bases empty, 2 away. The batter is Cal Sefcik, who swings at the first pitch and flares one down the right field line. It's a long run for Brady Janusek, but he gets there. And the side is retired. 3 up, 3 down for both teams in the second. We will turn the play-by-play mic over to Tom when we come back It's a 1-0 Baylor lead at the end of 2 here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Baylor fans, ready to keep it cool this season? Ice and Easy delivers premium ice lightning fast. From tailgates to restaurants, construction sites, concerts, and races, Ice and Easy has you covered. Game day or work day, keep your drinks cold and your spirits bold. Ice and Easy, we deliver, you chill. Proud supporter of the Baylor Bears.
Y'all listen up. Let me tell you something about group meals from Rudy's Barbecue. It's got all you need for all the folks you gotta feed, smoked meat, sides, and more. There's everything down to the tablecloth, just like the one that you see at the store. At a bridal shower, it's better than flowers. And a long business meeting, it'll pass the hours. It'll feed all the cousins at a family function. It's better than potluck at a church luncheon. Next time you need to feed 10 or more, call and order a Rudy's group meal.
Next in line.
You're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Bears are up 1-0 in this Sunday getaway game as we head to the top of the third inning. Connor Blue struggled a bit in the first inning, but then retired the Bears quickly in the second. It'll be Bo Caraway, Travis Sanders, and Pearson Reebok up against him in this third inning. A run on 2 hits for the Bears. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error for the Bearcats. As we head to third, here is Tom.
All right, Derek, thanks so much. As the Bears do enjoy that 1-0 advantage, they'll have 9-1-2. This will be Bo Caraway hitting .194 on the year. Caraway in Big 12 play has played in 7 games rather, and is hitting .167. Left-handed stick against the right-hander Connor Blue, and the first pitch is bunted at and bunted foul for strike 1, and I like the concept.
Like the thought, yeah.
Yep.
You know, Caraway is a freshman with just a 194 average, but he does have an elite tool, and that's his speed. So try to find ways to make that matter, and bunting is one way to do that.
0-1 the count to Caraway, and here's the 0-1. Swung on a miss, it's 0-2.
You know, Tom, when as he's able to develop and hopefully become a better all-around hitter, think how dangerous he could be if you bring the infielders in. He can spray it out. You know, that kind of thing could be a real weapon.
No balls and 2 strikes in the 0-2 pitch. Swung on and a bounding ball that is foul. It went straight up and straight down off of the field turf surface. And, you know, Derek, you and I were watching some of those fly balls into the outfield. And it is spongy when it's a little warmer, when there's some heat to it, and there's going to be some heat today. That's going to be an interesting play, the ball off the outfield grass. 0-2, and the 0-2 from Blue. Backdoor breaking ball stays outside and pushes the count to a ball and 2 strikes. Travis Sanders is waiting next for the Bears, wearing their gold jerseys and gray trousers. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The 1-2 just a bit outside. That evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Crowd still coming in. They're filing in on this Sunday morning. It is still Sunday morning here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here's the 2-2. It's outside, ball 3.
Another 17 minutes.
3 balls and 2 strikes.
Battling here is Caraway.
Absolutely. Fell behind when he bunted the first pitch foul. And now he's got the count at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the payoff pitch. It is called strike 3, a fastball in the inside corner. Down looking goes Caraway. That's the second strikeout for Connor Blue this morning, a third strikeout rather.
Well, he battled there and made him throw some pitches through 2 1/3 innings in this ball game. Connor Blue for Cincinnati has thrown 40 pitches, 26 strikes.
Back to the top of the order for Travis Sanders. Sanders is 0 for 9 for the weekend. The average is dipped to 346. Here's the pitch. It is a little high for a ball, and it's 1-0. Travis 0 for 4 yesterday with a couple of strikeouts. In fact, he has struck out 6 times in this series. Here's the 1-0. It is chopped on the ground to the third baseman, Mitchell. He's got it across the diamond in time, and Sanders is retired 5-3.
Didn't quite get enough bounce on that. Didn't quite hit it hard enough into the turf.
Here's Reebok who collected his second double of the season and scored back in the first inning when he came home on a throwing error by the pitcher. Back of the box from the left side against Blue, and here's the pitch. It's outside for a ball, and it's 1-0. Pearson hitting .210 on the year, no homers and 7 runs driven in. 2 outs, nobody on. We are in the top of the third inning. To the stretch and the pitch. Swung on and a ground ball out to the second baseman, Smith. He's got it. Flips on to first. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for the Bears. No runs, no hits, nobody left. We're on to the home half of the third. It is Baylor 1 and Cincinnati nothing. This is Bears baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
We don't just build trucks. We build something that's meant to last. That's why the 2026 Toyota Tundra isn't just built in Texas. It's built by Texas. Every line, weld, and seal, shaped with the pride, heat, and strength that only Texas really knows. The Tundra is built to tough it out and to take it easy. Built to carry tradition and to make new ones. Built to roll with the punches and to go the distance. Built stronger, built louder, built here. The 2026 Toyota Tundra. Built in Texas, driven everywhere. Test drive at your local Toyota dealer or visit Toyota.com today. Toyota. Let's go places. Feature availability differs based on trim. See Toyota.com for details.
You're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Alongside Derek Smith, I'm Tom Barfield. We welcome you back to Cincinnati, Ohio, where the Bears lead it 1-0. Ethan Calder will face the bottom 2 in the order, then back to the top. It's going to go Mitchell, Niehaus, and then Taransky. Christian Mitchell is hitting .248 this year with 4 home runs and 16 driven in. Mitchell, a 191 hitter in Big 12 Conference play. The first pitch is in there for a strike, and it's 0-1. Threw a changeup at 75 miles per hour to Mitchell. Now let's see if Calder dials up a fastball. 0-1 the count. Calder into the windup, and the southpaw kicks and comes home, and the 0-1 pitch is just inside with the fastball at 90. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Baylor has Ty Johnson in left today, Bo Caraway out in center, and Brady Janusek in right field. A very athletic outfield for the Bears. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the 1-1 offering. It is swung on and foul tipped straight back. It's 1-2. Baylor's infield has Brighton Clements at third, Travis Sanders at short, Pearson Reebok plays second, Tice Armstrong is over at first, and the batteries J.J. Kennett and Ethan Calder. Calder's ahead of Mitchell, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and a bounding ball, foul off of the foot of Mitchell.
That carried out a long way off the foot of Mitchell.
I mean, Brighton Clemens went ahead and fielded the baseball and threw to first.
That didn't look like, I mean, I trust that it did, but that didn't look like a foul ball off the foot the way it played.
Count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bottom half of inning number 3 in the finale of this 3-game set. Here's the 1-2 offering. Swung on and a high fly ball. Shallow center, drifting back on it is Pearson Reebok. And Pearson, with sunglasses on, will make the catch. There's 1 away, and a good start to the inning.
Has to look up into that high sky today, but he made the play.
Here's Charlie Niehaus. Niehaus hitting 193. He went 0 for 2 in the ball game yesterday. Niehaus climbs in from the right side, and Ethan Calder's first pitch is a fastball wide for ball 1. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Ironically, Niehaus is a much better hitter in conference play. And you don't normally see that. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It is grounded on the left side, and it's through for a base hit. Got it past Brighton Clemens out in the left, and it's a 1-out single for the 9-hole hitter, Charlie Niehaus.
Second hit of the game for the Bearcats, and the other one was by this man, Ryan Taransky.
Taransky singled to center on the very first pitch of the bottom of the first inning. He was eventually erased 4-6 on a fielder's choice off of the bat of Jackson Smith. Calder ready to work to Taransky, and the first pitch is a fastball for a strike, and it's 0-1. One time through the order for Ethan. No runs on a couple of hits, no walks and 2 strikeouts. He's ahead of Taransky, 0-1. Tice Armstrong is holding the runner at first base. That's Niehaus. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Outside for a ball, and evens the count at 1-1. Now, Niehaus will run out of that 9 spot. He's got 7, everybody on this team runs. 7 stolen bases and 8 tries for Niehaus.
Yeah, it really looks like the DH Infelice is about the only one who doesn't run much. Has 1 steal and 1 try this year.
1 ball, 1 strike. With 1 out here in the bottom of the third, the Bears leading 1-0. Here's the pitch. Swung on and driven into the gap in right center field, and it is driven deep, and it's over the head of the right fielder, Janusek. Janusek having some trouble picking it up. They're waving Niehaus around third on his way to the plate. He's going to score. Into third base is Taransky with a triple.
Well, that ball was clearly over Janusek's head, and he tried to play it off the wall bare hand and then tried to play it off the bounce bare hand and fumbled it a bit, and that wasn't helpful. Niehaus may still well have scored, but that made it easy.
And now you have one at third, 90 feet away with just 1 out in a tie ball game now at 1-1.
Well, and one of the nation's more dangerous power hitters in Quentin Coates.
Coates struck out looking his first time up. He looks at a breaking ball down and in for ball 1.
You know, the nice thing about Ethan Calder on a Sunday, whatever the outcome is, he never gets flustered. He's not going to let what just happened get to him.
What's the old saying? Been there, done that,
yeah.
Got the T-shirt. 1 ball and no strikes for Calder. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is laced foul. That squares the count at 1-1. That one's off of the netting all the way back out to the pitcher's mound. Taransky with his 2nd double of the year and his 22nd RBI of the season. He stands at third with 1 out in a 1-1 game. Calder to the stretch, and here's the pitch. Swung on and foul back. It's 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Quentin Coates with Jackson Smith waiting next. We are in the bottom of the third. The Bearcats have tied the game up on an RBI triple from Ryan Taransky. A ball and 2 strikes to Coates. And the 1-2. A bit high for a ball, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Like that thought, though, try to entice the power hitter to chase something up in the zone, but Quotes just disciplined there.
2 balls and 2 strikes. There's 1 out. To the stretch, Calder, the 2-2. It's high and away for a ball. It is 3-2. First base is open, so you're not going to throw anything right down the middle to this guy. You just can't do that. He's got 21 homers, and as Derek has mentioned, he leads the country in home runs. He's also got 51 RBIs on the year. 3-2, the payoff pitch. Swung on and grounded back up the middle. It's into center field. It's a base hit, and the Bearcats lead it as Taransky comes home to score to make it a 2-1 ball game.
Well, that was a nice piece of hitting right back up the middle by Coates, and I'll tell you what, he hit the front of the mound, and it ski-balled up there and popped out past the bag into center field. I mean, that literally was right back where it came from.
So Coates, the new runner at first base, as Taransky has scored, and here's Jackson Smith. Smith is 0 for 1 today. Reached on a fielder's choice. First pitch to Coates is cut on a miss. He got some high heat and didn't catch up, and it's 0-1. The Tilly is on deck. Baylor got their 1 run in the first inning. The Bearcats have answered with 2 here in the bottom of the third. Here's the 0-1 pitch. It's a fastball that paints the outside corner. Boy, that is a good pitch. And it's 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes to Jackson Smith, who's went 1 for 4 the ball game yesterday. He did score a pair of runs yesterday. To the stretch, Calder, a check. Here's the pitch. Just a bit inside, though that is tough to take with 2 strikes. But he laid off of it, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes to the left-handed hitting second baseman. Calder checks at first where Tice Armstrong is holding. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's hit in the air out into right center field. Should be playable for Janusek. He's there, and he'll make the catch, and there's 2 down. Looked a lot better off the bat, but immediately you could tell that that ball was going to end up being a lazy fly ball.
Yeah, he got some top spin on that one, and it had some good sink for Janusek, and now another good hitter in Natilli.
Jack Natilli, the catcher, struck out his first time up. A .333 hitter. 9 home runs and 39 RBIs. Here's a throw over to first base, and Coates is back. Coates, even though he's a slugger, you know, with 9 doubles, 21 home runs, he also runs. 7 stolen bases in 8 tries. To the stretch, Ethan Calder. He checks it first. Here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball down and in, dropped by J.J. Kennett.
Obviously, Coates has some ability, but you wonder if it's almost like, hey, if you're on this roster, you're going to run.
You better be able to, right?
Yeah.
Because this is a team that likes to move around the bases. In fact, they've stolen 25 bases, Derek, 23 bases just in conference play. Here's the pitch from Ethan Calder, and it's cut on a miss, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
And it's just the 15th conference game.
Yeah, and 23 stolen bases. It's not if they're going to run, it's when they're going to run. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Ethan is ready. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball away. It's 2-1. Should Natilli reach, then Derek Pitts will come to the plate. We're in the bottom of the third. The Bearcats are leading 2-1. They've out-hit the Bears 4-2. Calder working from the third base side of the pitching rubber. Into the set spot, and the 2-1 is a fastball that's, I don't know where it's at.
I don't know where that missed, Tom.
J.J. Kennett doesn't either. And it's 3 balls and 1 strike. I guess it had to be wide, according to the home plate umpire, Jason Stidham. The count now in the hitter's favor at 3-1, and he swings and fouls 1 back to fill the count up at 3 balls and 2 strikes. 3-2 with 2 outs, so that means Coates will be off and moving with the pitch. Middle infielders playing on the rim of the outfield. 3-2, and the payoff. Outside, ball 4. First walk issued this afternoon or by Ethan Calder, and it puts 2 on with 2 out.
Well, Calder generally doesn't have much trouble with the walk. That is just his 10th of the season. You don't like it, though, extending the inning against this Bearcat team the way they've hit with 2 outs on the weekend.
Here's Pitts, who flied out to center field his first time up. Pitts from the right side against the lefty Calder. The first pitch is in there with the fastball for a strike at 2-1. Pitts actually leads their team in hits. He's collected 54 hits this year.
And a .375 average, and he's in the 5 spot.
What's that say about their offense? As a team hitting .302. Now that it won the count and look back to second. And the 0-1 pitch. It's in there for a strike, and it's 0-2. With 2 out and 2 on, Tice Armstrong does not hold the runner at first base. He plays back in a regular first base position. Again, the middle infielders are on the rim of the outfield. 0-2 the count to Pitts. And the 0-2 swung on and fouled off right side. It remains 0-2. Infelice is on deck. 2 runs are in on 3 hits so far in the inning. And the Bearcats have turned a 1-0 deficit into a 2-1 lead. Calder's trying to minimize the damage here. Ahead in the count, no balls and 2 strikes. A check at second. Here's the 0-2. Down and in for a ball, and it's 1-2.
Couldn't get him to chase.
Ahead in the count, 0-2. That's a good pitch.
Yeah.
Exactly what you're trying to do. 1-2 the count. Again, Calder working from the third base side of the rubber. Kicks and comes home. And the 1-2 is a fastball. Called strike 3. Pitch didn't like it. Makes the U-turn and heads back to the dugout, barking at the home plate umpire. Wow. And the inning is over. But damage is done. 2 runs on 3 hits. 2 men left. We're through 3. And our score, Cincinnati 2 and the Bears 1. This is Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Hey, Baylor fans, this is your call to gear up with Harley-Davidson of Waco. Whether you're hitting the open road or tailgating at McLean Stadium, we've got the ride to match your Bear pride. Check out our wide selection of new and pre-owned motorcycles, visit our service department, or shop all the latest gear and accessories to show off your Baylor spirit and Harley pride. Visit us today and find your freedom on 2 wheels. Harley-Davidson of Waco, where Baylor fans never ride alone. Visit in-store or at hdwaco.com. Sick 'em Bears.
Do you want to earn points while cheering on your favorite Baylor teams? Join Baylor Bold Rewards. Track your attendance on the Baylor Sports app across athletic events and earn points towards prizes and experiences. Download the Baylor Sports app or register online today at BaylorBoldRewards.com and start earning your points today.
The Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios. This is KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265DV Temple, ESPN Central Texas.
You're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
3 of the Bucks here in Cincinnati, Ohio. The Bearcats lead this one 2-1. 2 runs, 4 hits, 1 error. They've stranded 3 base runners. For the Bears, 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and they have left 1 base runner. We're moving on to the 4th inning here in Cincinnati. It is 3, 4, and 5 in the order. Janusek, Armstrong, and Snow. And here with the call of the 4th is Derek.
Thank you very much, Tom. Okay, Bears fans, this baseball season, make Pepsi your go-to game day drink, because it's the only drink for baseball watching. Pepsi, that's what I like. Proud partner of Baylor Athletics. For the Bears, Janusek, Armstrong, Snow all due up against Connor Blue. Blue, after giving up a run in the first inning, has settled into a nice groove. He's retired the last 8. Brady Janusek, who singled in the first, helped set the stage for that run. Will bat leading off the top of the 4th inning. Bears down by a run. Here's the pitch from Blue. Fastball in for called strike 1. Brady Janusek, tall right-handed hitter. Will await the 0-1 pitch from the stocky right-handed freshman Connor Blue, and he rolls it down past the third baseman and in the corner. Extra bases for Brady Janusek, who will coast into second base with a double. You know, that ball was hit a little awkwardly, but he placed it right where he needed to, rolled in between the third baseman and third base and down the left field line for a lead-off double. Just the second time this weekend the Bears have had the leadoff man reach. Got to find a way to bring him around, and at the very least knot this game up at 2.
Yeah, that ball was right over the bag. It wasn't hit all that hard. It was just, it's a real estate pitch and a real estate ball.
What are the 3 words? Here's Tice Armstrong. Location. Usually use that with pitchers, but
it was perfect.
Yeah, it was. 1-0 to Armstrong. Tice 0 for 1 today. Flied out to right field in the first.
Janusek has collected his 13th multi-hit game of the year.
Right. Here's the pitch. Didn't miss by much. I'll take it. If he's not giving that pitch to Baylor, you don't want Cincinnati to get it either. And plate umpire Jason Stidham did not give it to him. 2-0 now. A favorable upswing count to the right-handed power hitter. Janusek at second. Here's the pitch from Blue, and it's a good one. A cutter in for a strike. Zach Dillon at first, Jim Blair at third for the Bears. The 2-1 down and in, and it is 3-1. Hunter Snow is on deck. Bears with a run on 3 hits. Cincinnati 2 runs, 4 hits, and an error. Blue with the pitch, and Tice took a step towards first, but then the pitch was called in for the zone, and it's 3-2. Payoff on the way, and they dialed up that breaking ball. He fought it away, foul. Lives to see another pitch.
And that's what it's about. I mean, you spoil pitches until you get one you can handle.
He twirls the bat around. Another payoff pitch is on the way, and he pops it up. Very high, shallow into right field. 3 Bearcats converge, and a nice job by Smith, the second baseman, to moonwalk backwards and make the catch.
Tice got out in front of that one. Derek didn't stay back on it, got out in front of that one, and consequently was unable to move the runner. That's what you got to do. That was his job there, was to get that runner to third base with 1 out.
Well, now it'll be up to Hunter Snow to try to come through here. He struck out his first time up. He's in a slump right now. An opportunity to break out of it and tie the game up for the Bears potentially. Here is the pitch, in for called strike 1. Fans making their way in. None of these games have been anywhere close to full, but the crowds have seem to be engaged. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Lifted foul out of play, and it's quickly 0-2. Well, you don't want to waste Brady Janusek's leadoff double, and you'd love not to have to make something happen with 2 outs. So let's see if Hunter Snow, you know they're just going to keep feeding him those breaking balls until he proves he can hit them. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is bounded out to second base. It's a fastball that he got. He's thrown out at first as Janusek moves on to third. So Snow is retired, but he does move Brady Janusek on to third base, and now it's up to Brighton Clemens with 2 away. Clemens, a .301 batter on the year. In the right-handed batter's box. Takes a strike. He sliced in opposite field. Liner his first time up that was caught by the right fielder Taransky, but it was a nice piece of hitting by Clemens.
I noticed they moved Taransky a little closer to the foul line for Brighton Clemens.
Brighton has 5 2-out RBI on the year, looking to make it 6 as the fastball runs outside, and it's 1-1. With 2 outs, Tom Clements is a .423 hitter. That's the best on the team for anyone with more than 25 2-out at-bats. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Sweeps outside, a cutter. It's 2-1. They've got him shaded in center field, really all the way around to the opposite field side. He could pull it in that left field corner with some zip. He could run away. Here's the 2-1. Cutter in for a strike, and it is 2-2. Janusek at third base with 2 outs. Bears down by a run in the top of the 4th inning, looking for some 2-out doings. It'll be a 2-2. Blue with the pitch, and that is lifted into right field towards the line, and it is caught by Taransky, who had to circle back to it, and it stayed in the air just long enough for him to get there and retire the side. The Bears are unable to take advantage of Brady Janusek's leadoff double. In the middle of 4, it remains 2-1 Cincinnati here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Hellberg Barbecue is a family-owned business started here in Waco, Texas, and proud to serve the local area. They love to cater all kinds of events, big and small. Serving Baylor and its families is one of their favorite things, and they even ship barbecue nationwide. Check them out while here in Waco or online and support one of Waco's local barbecue restaurants, Hellberg Barbecue. Salt, pepper, and a whole lot of prayer.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar, the better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Listen to that endless pour. Pure refreshment. If it sounds this good, just imagine how it tastes. Oh yeah, so good. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
You're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Bottom of the fourth inning about to unfold here in Cincinnati. Ethan Calder on the hill. The Bears trail by a 2-1 score. Pair of runs in the third inning for Cincinnati has staked them to lead after the Bears scored in the top half of the first. Calder will face Infelice, Sefcik, and Mitchell for the Bearcats here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Well, a missed opportunity there for the Bears is a Brady Janusek leadoff double is unable to be turned into a run. He was stranded at third base. And it'll be Enzo Infelice leading off the inning, the stocky DH. Ethan Calder will step off as time is called by home plate umpire here. Max Calderon tells us that walk that Calder allowed in the third inning snapped a string of 16 straight innings without a walk by Ethan. He does not give up the free pass very often, and he starts Enzo Infelice off with an off-speed pitch for a strike.
Man, that's an incredible stat. That is great command of the zone from the left-hander, Ethan Calder.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. He dialed off speed again and had Infelice out in front of foul ball, and it's 0-2. Yeah, he really fits that profile. He's a strike thrower and works well with pitching coach Sean Snedeker. It'll be an 0-2 pitch, and it is fouled off. The count holding. Tom, on this 12th of April, I want to wish my dad a happy birthday. He's listening about 2 hours north of here. I'm going to get to see him today, and my mom on his birthday. So, love you, Dad. Happy birthday. Glad that it worked out to be in the Midwest today for that. Here's a bouncer foul.
Yeah, that's cool. I got a chance to meet your folks in Morgantown.
Morgantown, yeah.
Yeah. So Dad is having a birthday.
Yeah.
21 again.
Yep. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and that's popped up, skied behind the bag at first base, moving Tice Armstrong into foul ground right along the line. He stays with it. Nice job, makes the catch. And there's one away.
And Derek, look at Old Glory in center field now.
It's moving all of a sudden.
Straight out.
Yeah. Right towards Fifth Third Arena, the basketball arena.
Explain the name of that arena to me, please.
Fifth Third Bank is the title sponsor. Yeah. Now, if you want me to explain the name of Fifth Third Bank, that I cannot do. So
it doesn't make much sense.
It may have been a merger or something. I don't know. It kind of has that feel. There's a pitch outside to Cal Sefcik. And now the 1-0 from Calder. That's a fastball in for a strike, and it's 1-1. All I know is growing up listening to Reds games a lot, they're a big sponsor, a big Cincinnati institution. 1-1 on the way is up high. Another name here, the Lindner family is a big, prominent business and philanthropy family. There's over there down the right field line is the Richard Lindner Varsity Village, and the Lindners actually had a grandson, I believe it was, as Sefcik got the string pulled on him, swings and misses 2-2. Had a grandson who went to Baylor, and the Lindner name they've been generous to Baylor over the years, a Christian family, and so there's a Baylor tie between the family. The Linders used to own the Cincinnati Reds, and I believe owned Chiquita Banana.
How about that?
Here's the 2-2 pitch, a wave and a miss. Foul tip strikeout, I should say. That's 4 of them now for Calder. And here is Christian Mitchell. Here's one other random Baylor-Cincinnati note. There's a local chain of convenience stores that has good ice cream called United Dairy Farmers, UDF. So after dinner, friends and I went there and in Baylor shirts. And a guy who had no ties to Baylor or to Maceo Teague or Walnut Hills High School, as there's a pitch in to Mitchell. It's 0-1, which is where Maceo Teague, the national champion for the Bears, went. Walnut Hills High School, not too far from here in Cincinnati. And he tracked us down and told us exactly how Maceo Teague did in the national championship game 5 years ago. And Mitchell tries to bunt his way on. That'll roll foul up the first baseline. He's like, yeah, Maceo Teague had 19 points on 8 of 15 shooting for you guys in the national championship game. And he was exactly right. I was amazed that, someone thought of that and said something, but then also that he knew his stat line.
I love fans like that.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just a sports nut.
0-2. 2 outs, bases empty. The pitch from Calder, a check swing. He went around. That's 5 strikeouts for Calder, who now retires the side here in the 4th. Lower third of the order due up for the Bears. We head to the top of the 5th. It's a 2-1 Cincinnati lead here in the series finale on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
If you need a trailer, Flat Rock Trailers has got you covered. From light-duty single-axle utility trailers to the big Tex tandem duals. We also carry a full line of enclosed cargo trailers. Need a motorcycle trailer? We've got them. Need a dump trailer? We've got the largest selection in the state. Oil field trailers? We carry a full line of big Tex trailers to handle all your needs. Trailer repairs? We repair all makes and models. We'll even rent you a trailer if you need to use one for a day. Flat Rock Trailers, your #1 source for all your trailer needs. Find us at flatrocktrailers.com.
Proudly serving Texas since 2007. Magnolia Realty is a full-service brokerage and a trusted neighbor, bridging expert industry knowledge with integrity and kindness. Known for their award-winning agents, Magnolia Realty understands the dynamics of making the real estate journey your own and the importance of trust from contract to close. You can find their local agents here in Waco and across the state, including in Dallas, Fort Worth, Austin, San Antonio, and Temple. To get connected and learn more, visit magnoliarealty.com. Here's to home.
You're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Connor Blueback out on the mound. He has retired for Cincinnati. 11 of the last 12 batters that he has faced. The Bears trying to break that rhythm as Ty Johnson, J.J. Kennett, and Bo Caraway will bat against Blue. The right-handed pitching freshman through 4 innings has thrown 61 pitches, 40 of them for strikes. 2 runs, 4 hits, an error for Cincinnati, a run on 3 hits for the Bears. They're going to move the second baseman Smith up high into shallow right field. And the pitch from Blue. Fastball poured in for a strike.
That's not a strike. It's outside.
Yeah,
that is not a strike. And I don't know if you saw Ty Johnson, but he was shaking his head.
That's a pitcher's strike.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a get-out-of-town strike.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. That is up and away, and the count evens 1 ball and 1 strike. Ty Johnson rounded out to shortstop his first time up. The left-handed hitter at .214. He had 5 hits last weekend against BYU, but looking to get it going this weekend against Cincinnati as there's a off-speed pitch down and out, and it's 2-1.
Get the correct call, and it's a 30 count right now.
Yeah.
You're about to get your leadoff man on base.
Ty Johnson awaits the 2-1. That's in for a strike there. Cutter, and it's 2-2. They're going to shift the third baseman Mitchell into the 4-hole there, and there is no one at third base. Here's the 2-2 pitch. He goes to left field, slices it down the line. It's in for extra bases all the way into the corner. He motors into second base with a lead-off double. Now, that would have been a double even if they had someone at third base, but you still kind of love seeing that, Tom. He stayed inside and hit it hard the other way.
He did, and, I mean, it's almost like he said, you know what, you vacate that spot, I'm going there. And he did a nice job of just flipping that bat onto the ball and sending it down into the corner. Now, this is the second consecutive inning the Bears have gotten a leadoff man aboard at second base with a leadoff double. You got to get him around, Derek. You just have to score him.
They missed out on the chance to do that last inning. You don't want to do this here, trying to tie the game up. J.J. Kinnett, first pitch swinging, sprays a foul. Over the Baylor dugout, the count is 0-1. That wind is really blowing out to center field. And towards the right field, not quite, it's out past the right field foul pole, but moving that direction. The 0-1 pitch sliced into right field. That's going to drop for a base hit. They're going to have to throw on the brakes at third, though. JJ hit that so sharply that it got Turansky with some speed, and Jim Blair had to throw on the brakes at third base. But now the first two batters have reached there on the corners with nobody out for Bo Caraway. And let's see how they play this here, Tom.
You're reading my mind.
Yeah. He's got great speed. You could maybe try. Now, the challenge is he hasn't yet proved reliable as a bunter, but there's a lot of things you could do here that could work. A safety squeeze, or maybe just try to butt his way on. Let's see what they do. Blue with the pitch. He's taking ball one. Middle infield, a double play depth for the Bearcats.
I'm going to put it on.
Baylor's been aggressive today when given the opportunity. Here is the pitch. Runner breaks at first base, and that's a bluff, but a hard sell there by J.J. Kinnett. Count is 1-0. 2-0, I beg your pardon. Here is the pitch. A bouncer up the middle. This could be two. It'll bring home the run, but as Caraway races to first, he is barely doubled up on a 4-6-3 double play. However, Johnson crosses the plate. We've got a new ball game tied at 2. Nice flip out of the glove by the second baseman, Jackson Smith, to allow them to turn 2. And with the speed of Caraway, that's impressive. However, he does get the run home, and the score is tied at 2 apiece. We're going to have a mound visit now for Cincinnati. Well, you didn't want the double play ball, Tom. You're happy with a run crossing the plate, but now to have a big inning is going to take some 2-out doing.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be greedy there, Derek. Yeah. When you get an extra base hit, then you get a single, you have runners at the corners, you got an opportunity to really have a nice frame, and the only thing you can't do is what happened. You hit into a double play, and that's the 24th time that the Bears have hit into a double play this year. But that's the, that's baseball. But at least it does get the game tied, and we start all over.
Oh, and we're going to have a pitching change. That's going to be it for Connor Blue, as he will give way to a reliever. We'll tell you who it is when we come back. Baylor and Cincinnati knotted up at 2, top of the 5th inning here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Hey, Baylor fans, this is your call to gear up with Harley-Davidson of Waco. Whether you're hitting the open road or tailgating at McLean Stadium, we've got the ride to match your Bear pride. Check out our wide selection of new and pre-owned motorcycles, visit our service department, or shop all the latest gear and accessories to show off your Baylor spirit and Harley pride. Visit us today and find your freedom on 2 wheels. Harley-Davidson of Waco, where Baylor fans never ride alone. Visit in-store or at hdwaco.com. Sick 'em Bears.
Y'all listen up. Let me tell you something about group meals from Rudy's Barbecue. It's got all you need for all the folks you gotta feed. Smoked meat, sides, and more. There's everything down to the tablecloth, just like the one that you see at the store. And a bridal shower, it's better than flowers. And a long business meeting, it'll pass the hours. It'll feed all the cousins at a family function. It's better than potluck at a church luncheon. Next time you need to feed 10 or more, call and order a Rudy's group meal.
Next in line.
You're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Sports Media Network.
Well, the pitching change is going to bring on Adam Buchkowski, a sophomore. He's going to take over for Connor Blue. Buchkowski on the season making his 16th appearance. He's 2-1 with 2 saves and a 5.09 earned run average. In 17 2/3 innings, he has given up 12 runs, 10 of them earned on 10 hits. He has struck out 30, he's walked 12, and opponents are hitting 164 off the sidewinding right-hander, Buchkowski. Now he's going to take over for the starter, Connor Blue, who worked the first 4 2/3 innings. Connor Blue gave up a pair of runs on 5 hits, did not walk a batter, and struck out 3, throwing 71 pitches. 46 of those pitches were strikes. But now he leaves with a no-decision situation, and Buchkowski is the new arm for the Cincinnati Bearcats.
He faced 2 batters on Friday, Tom, retired them both, and you talk about that sidewinding delivery. That's got to be hard for right-handers. He pitches from the third base side of the rubber, close to the right-handed hitters, and then he leans so far towards the third base line that when he comes from that side on angle, the ball's really coming from behind the batter's shoulder. Here is the pitch. Zings a fastball down and away, and it is 1-0 to Sanders. I mean, you see that more, I feel like, with those long-armed left-handed pitchers, to a lefty batter, it's like it's coming from behind him. But you don't see that as much with righties, especially with a guy who isn't super tall. There's a foul ball back, and it's 1-1.
Again, it's just a delivery you just don't see, and so you can't duplicate it in any kind of practice situation or BP situation. You just got to adjust on the fly.
Yeah, and he has an ERA of 5, so teams have hit him some. But, you think about that kind of famous phrase, hitting is about timing, pitching is about disrupting timing. That would disrupt your timing a little bit. Hard to read. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Wave and a miss. He dialed that up to 90 miles an hour there. And the count 1-2. Baylor and Cincinnati tied at 2. 2 outs in the 5th. Sanders gets a piece of the off-speed delivery and pops it foul out of play. The Bears have tied it up here in the 5th inning, taking advantage of getting the leadoff man aboard. Sanders spins the bat around, trying to battle out of a 1-2 hole, and the pitch. He fought it off. Nice job there on the off-speed delivery from Buchkowski. Bears have actually out-hit Cincinnati 5-4. The Bearcats have an error. Baylor has not committed one. It's a 2-2 game. Buchkowski's pitch smoked foul over the Baylor on deck circle. Sanders is battling here. On the day, Baylor hitters have struck out 3 times through 4 2/3 innings. Sanders trying to avoid becoming the 4th. The 1-2 down and away. 93.
A little extra giddy up on that one at 93, and not quite as much sidearm on that one.
Yeah.
I mean, it was more 3/4.
Well, if he could locate that could really catch you off guard.
I'm telling you.
I don't think we saw him even come close to 90 on Friday. There was a 93. Here's the 2-2 to Sanders. Waves and misses. That's a strikeout, and that is the inning. Buchkowski retires Sanders to send this game on to the bottom of the 5th inning, but the Bears take advantage of the leadoff base runner and manufacture it into a run. It's a 2-2 ball game, middle of 5 in Cincinnati on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
We don't just build trucks. We build something that's meant to last. That's why the 2026 Toyota Tundra isn't just built in Texas. It's built by Texas. Every line, weld, and seal, shaped with the pride, heat, and strength that only Texas really knows. The Tundra's built to tough it out and to take it easy. Built to carry tradition and to make new ones. Built to roll with the punches and to go the distance. Built stronger, built louder, built here. The 2026 Toyota Tundra. Built in Texas, driven everywhere. Test drive at your local Toyota dealer or visit Toyota.com today. Toyota. Let's go places. Feature availability differs based on trim. See Toyota.com for details.
You're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Rudy's is a proud sponsor of Baylor Baseball. Go online to Rudy's. Go to Rudy's or Rudy's.com for some real Texas barbecue, 100% oak smoked meats, delicious sides, and Rudy's signature sauce. Don't forget, Rudy's serves breakfast tacos every day until 10 a.m. Alongside Tom Barfield, Derek Smith here with you. Baylor, after not playing well the first two games, is competitive in this one. 2-2 the score, and you went ahead home on Sunday. Has an outsized impact on the way you feel, Tom. Baylor cannot win the series, but you feel good winning a game. Cincinnati has won the series, but if they lose today, they kind of leave with a bad taste in their mouth. It's funny, even though Cincinnati got the job done this weekend, how that can work if the Bears could win, as there's a breaking ball in for a strike to the 9-hole hitter, Charlie Niehaus.
And if you win, you stay ahead of Cincinnati in the standings. Yeah. If you don't, you're tied, and then they have the tiebreaker. So it's a big ball game.
Yeah. Here is the 0-1 pitch off speed. A breaking ball slices in for a strike, and it's 0-2. Ethan Calder rocks and fires, and the breaking ball down and in. He's able to lay off of it is Charlie Niehaus. Through 4 innings, 75 pitches for Calder, 52 of them strikes. He's allowed 2 runs on 4 hits, 5 strikeouts, and a walk. Here's the 1-2. That's dribbled off the end of the bat, a foul ball up the first base side. Mitch Thompson's former college teammate, the first base coach for Cincinnati, Tom Winsky, fields. One and two. Calder rocks and fires, and that is lifted out to right center field. Long run for Caraway, but the speedy freshman chases it down, sticks out the glove, and spears it on the run.
Like a gazelle, got into the alley and flagged that one down, and that's a nice play.
A lot of center fielders, even a lot of good center fielders, that ball's down, but he's got tremendous speed, and he got there. Back to the top of the order for Ryan Turansky. Turansky just 1 hit yesterday, but he's got 2 today, and he had 3 hits on Friday. Thornton, Baylor's side here this weekend in the pitch. He's got another hit, rolls it into right center field for a base hit. So now 7 hits on the weekend for their leadoff man. He's aboard with 1 out. And here is Quentin Coates. Not going to say it.
You don't want to face. Yeah, you don't want to face this guy, but you certainly don't want to face this guy with traffic.
Right. I'm not going to say it, Tom.
Don't.
I'm not going to say.
Don't.
He's ahead of the number 2 home run hitter in the nation. Here's the pitch to Coates. It's in for a strike. Just feel like you're obligated, you know. It's.
So what position? If what position would that be if you're ahead of number 2?
Well, it's between 0. It's
yeah, between 0 and 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Middle infield at double play depth. The pitch. That is a cut fastball up and in. That little run to it.
Yeah, it did, but Coach bends out of the way of it like it's about to hit him, and it wasn't.
Not. It was in the zone. It's just up.
Yeah.
1-1. And the pitch, smoked foul out past the concession stand here down the first base line. Tom, now the wind is blowing in from center field, which is impressive since there's a giant basketball arena right behind it. Well, the continues to blow from left to right along the lines. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Coates. That is looped on the infield, played on the hop by Reebok, flips to second for one, throw to first, not in time. That was a bit of a tough read there. A big swing by a power hitter. He just hits a soft liner on one hop to Reebok, who had to kind of wait for it to bounce up to him, but they did a nice job feeding Sanders for the lead out of Taransky.
You know, I really thought that Reebok was going to just throw to first. I mean, that was going to be such a close play at second base. The automatic out would have been to first, but he went ahead and flipped to Sanders. That little humpback liner just kind of, just spit and sputtered off of the bat.
Yeah. Jackson Smith, the 2-out batter. Oh, that was a sharp breaking ball there from Ethan Calder. Started off at the left-handed hitting Smith's shoulders and then cut back in over the plate. The Dogs were impressed by that.
Dogs are barking at the Bearcat.
Oh, is that what it is? Here's a breaking ball down west. He's not in a sport coat today. He's in striped overalls. I'd be a little alarmed by that if I was a dog. It's a tall Bearcat. That's one of the taller mascots I feel like I've seen. There's a strike in, and it's 1-2.
Boy, he painted the outside corner with that pitch at 90 miles an hour.
1-2. Runner at first, 2 outs. Score tied at 2 in the bottom of this 5th inning. Here is the pitch from Calder. That's lined right back up the middle and drops in center field. On to second base scoots Quentin Coates, and the inning continues for Jack Natili. Dangerous hitter. Natili walked, singled, and reached on an error yesterday. Was hit by a pitch on Friday, and he's walked today, so he's been on base every game.
Derek, how often do you see a catcher leading your club in doubles?
You don't see that. Yeah.
This guy does.
Here's a pitch up and away. And you look, Quentin Coates, we talk about his home run hitting. Natili has as many home runs as him in Big 12 play. He leads the team in doubles, and he's a .333 hitter. Second on the team with 39 runs batted in. The pitch, that's grounded to third, played by Dodson. He will take, or Clements, I beg your pardon. He will take it himself for the out, or the force there at third base to retire this side. So Ethan Calder works out of a bit of a 2-out jam here to send this game on to the 6th. Tied at 2. Tom will have the play-by-play when we come back. You're listening to Baylor Baseball from Cincinnati on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Are you a diehard Bears fan? Sure, your entire closet is Baylor green and gold. All your pets' names have started with Judge, and that good old Baylor line is your ringtone. But do you have an official Baylor University toll tag? That small green and gold sticker reps the Bears and cuts your toll bill in half. Visit getmytolltag.com to purchase your specialty tag and deck your ride with Baylor pride. Small sticker, big savings, stick 'em Bears.
Favorite jeans, favorite shirt. Got Connecticut sausage and I'm firing it up. Yeah, everybody knows it's how I get my grill on. You can smell that flavor up and down the road. It's a little taste of heaven, and everybody knows. It's how I get my grill on. Connecticut sausage. It's just a little taste of heaven.
You're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Finale of a 3-game series in Cincinnati. The Bearcats dominated the first 2, but the Bears have battled back to tie this game up at 2 as we head to the 6th inning. 2 runs, 6 hits, an error for the home team. For the visitors from Waco, 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors. Adam Butchkowski back there out on the mound as we start the 6th, and with the play-by-play, here's Tommy.
Where did that come from?
I just thought I'd throw out something different to you.
Reebok, Janusek, and Armstrong here in the 6th inning. Pearson having a nice day. He's 1 for 2 and has scored one of the 2 runs for the Bears. Pearson, a left-handed stick to face the right-hander Adam Buchkowski. Buchkowski working from the third base side of the pitching rubber, and he's a sidewinder at that. Delivers the first pitch wide for a ball, and it's 1-0. Pearson hitting at a 208 clip with no homers and 7 runs driven in. He is 3 for 7 in the series. The 1-0. It's in there for a strike, and it's 1-1. Again, 320 down the lines and 395 to straightaway center field, and the ball will carry in this park. 1 ball and 1 strike. And the 1-1. Wide for a ball, and it's 2-1. Bears with an off day tomorrow, then UTSA is in town on Tuesday night. I understand there's some inclement weather back in Central Texas. 2-1. There's a strike, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, you hate to see that. Of course, for Baylor, it's good that it's happened while we're away, but there's a chance of rain. Heavy rain this morning, it sounded like, and a chance of rain much of the afternoon in Waco.
And like for several days, I think it's in the forecast. Well, it's springtime in Texas. Here's the 2-2 to Reebok, and it's wide for a ball, and it's 3-2. Reebok trying to work his way aboard to start the 6th inning for the Bears in a 2-2 baseball game. Baylor trying to salvage a game in this 3-game set and remain ahead of Cincinnati in the standings. Here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled straight back. That one off of the netting and back down onto the field turf surface.
Got that up near the roof. I'd say relative to the top of the roof to the field, this may be the tallest roof in the Big 12. I think maybe other than Baylor.
3-2 the count. And again, the payoff pitch. It's wide for a ball. Leadoff walk for Pearson Reebok. Good AB.
That was a good at-bat. It's been a good weekend for him across the board, Tom, and that's really encouraging. We counted on him with a 300-plus batting average last year to be, someone you relied on, and that hasn't been the case this season, but it has been this weekend.
Here's Brady Janusek, who's 2 for 2 today. He's raised the average to 336. Singled in the first and delivered his 8th double of the year back in the 4th. Reebok at first. A throw over to first, and Pearson is back.
3 straight innings now. The leadoff man has reached after that occurring just once on Friday and Saturday combined.
Janusek looking for his 5th 3-hit ball game of the year. Buchkowski is ready. Here's the pitch. There's a fastball on the inside corner to Brady. There's strike 1. Janusek, a 400 hitter on the weekend. He's 4 for 10. Buchkowski, a check over at first base. And the pitch. It's in there for a strike at 2-2. And again, as you mentioned earlier, a right-handed sidewinder, that has got to be difficult for the right-handed hitters to pick it up out of his hand, coming out of his hand.
Yeah, it looks like the ball's almost past the shoulder of the right-handed hitter, and swiping back across in.
0-2 the count. Tice Armstrong is on deck. Here's a throw over to first base, and it's wide towards the Baylor dugout, taking Quentin Coates off of the bag. Reebok, nevertheless, went head first back to the bag. Pearson with 9 stolen bases and 9 tries this year. 0-2, and there he goes. It's inside for a ball. No throw, and it's a stolen base for Reebok, his 10th of the season.
And Tilly didn't make a great transition there from ball to glove, and I think Reebok got a good jump on it. He really would have had to play anyway.
Pearson, great read. You're exactly right. Got a great read, and Pearson into second with a stolen base. Now he's in scoring position with nobody out. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Janusek. The 1-2 pitch, cut on a miss. He struck him out.
Second strikeout for Buchkowski, and again, it's a tough. They've got their best bullpen arms ready to go today. They're going to have to find a way to get it done against them, and an opportunity to take the lead back here. Let's see if Tice Armstrong can make something happen.
Armstrong is 0 for 2. Flied out in the first, popped out in the 4th. He's your RBI leader on the team with 39. Buchkowski ready to work to the Baylor first baseman. And the pitch is a breaking ball for a strike, and it's 0-1.
Tice second on the team with 10 two-out RBIs.
Nothing won the count to Tice Armstrong, the UTA transfer. A look back to Reebok, and here's the pitch. Wide for a ball, and that evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Armstrong is 15 of 46 with runners in scoring position. That is a .326 average. You like your chances. That's why he's leading the club in RBIs with 39. The 1-1. Wide for a ball. It is 2-1. Boy, he thought about it, didn't he, Derek?
He did, but good discipline there. That's a cutter, and really that's a true fastball, but it's got, with that funky delivery, that just got some spin, some run.
2-1 the count to Armstrong. Pearson Reebok away from second. The pitch is swung on and a high fly ball, but not very deep. The left fielder, Sefcik, coming in on it, shading his eyes, and will make the grab, and there's 2 down.
Well, that's a shame. We've seen him get under a few this weekend and just miss him. He tomahawked that actually a lot deeper to right to left than you normally see a pop-up like that go, but still a pop-up. And now 2 high school teammates facing one another.
Here's Hunter Snow. He's hitless in 2 trips. He's deep in the box from the left side against Butchkowski. And the first pitch to Hunter is lifted out in the air, shallow center field. It is sinking, and the second baseman is going to be able to drift back and make the catch. Jackson Smith got there at the last moment, made the catch, and the Bears come up empty in the 6th. No runs, no hits. They leave a man. We're on to the bottom of the 6th. It's Baylor 2 and the Bearcats 2. This is Bears baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
At Baylor Scott & White McLean Children's, you'll find the care your child deserves and trusted expertise to set your mind at ease. With a network of convenient pediatric primary and specialty care clinics and an advanced medical center, they offer a full range of pediatric care close to home. Learn more at bswhealth.com/McLean-Children's. That's bswhealth.com/McLean-Children's.
Are you tired of slow internet? Are data caps and throttling making it impossible to stream your favorite shows and movies? If so, it sounds like it's time to switch to Nextlink Internet. With Nextlink, there are no data caps and no throttling, just super fast internet speeds, up to 1 gig over wireless in some areas. Plus, Nextlink is an official partner of Baylor Athletics. So don't wait another minute. Give Nextlink a call or go online to nextlinkinternet.com to see what special offers are available to you. Blazing fast internet is just a click or phone call away. Sick 'em, Bears.
You're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Ben Goodall's back in our command center in Waco. He's Derek, I'm Tom. Max is behind us from Baylor Sports Media Relations, and we're glad you're with us. Derek Pitts to lead it off. He'll be followed by Enzo Infelice and then Cal Sefcik. We got a good one going here, Derek. This is a fun ball game.
It is, and Calder has been solid. Scattered 6 hits in 5 innings, struck out 5, just 1 walk allowed. See if he can keep it moving here. You love having him pitch into the 6th.
First pitch to Derek Pitts is on the way, and it is stroked into left field. It's a base hit. Ty Johnson over to cut it off with the backhand, and racing into second base is Pitts with a leadoff double.
Well, we've talked about it, Tom. They don't get shortchanged much. That's their second extra base hit of the day after a number on the weekend, and they've got the leadoff runner in scoring position. See if Ethan Calder can settle down a little bit or can bear in on him, because you want to keep this where it is. Baylor has been unable to take advantage of the leadoff man aboard in the past couple innings. Let's see if Calder can make Cincinnati do the same.
Ethan has handled Infelice today with a ground ball and a fly ball. He's 0 for 2. A look back to Pitts, and here's the pitch. Swung on a miss. Boy, he came out of his spikes.
He did. He about spun around there at the end of that swing.
0-1 to Infelice, who started the day hitting .365. The average now at .360. .0-1 the count to Infelice. Sefcik waiting next. Here's a spin and a throw to second base. Derek Pitts is back in plenty of time. That's the 55th hit of the year for Derek Pitts. his 8th double of the season. He's in scoring position in the bottom of the 6th inning. And the pitch on the way to Infeliz is wide for a ball, and that squares the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. 6:30 on Tuesday night for UTSA. Then the Bears will welcome the Frogs into town over the weekend. 1-1. Swung on and lined over the head of Pearson Reebok out into right field. Pitch around second on his way to third, and he'll have to throw on the brakes there. He had to wait and see if Reebok was going to be able to climb the ladder and get to it, and he was not. And that's a single for Infeliz. And Derek, they're on the corners with nobody out.
They're in business, and we'll see what the Bears do here. I will say, boy, Bo Caraway got to that so quickly. He did have to hesitate and out there and see if there's going to have an offensive conference. The Bearcats are. The runner there, Pitts, did have to wait and see if Reebok was going to catch that, which he did not. But even then, that was out towards the alley, and boy, Caraway got there very, very quickly to make it an easy decision for them to hold the runner at third.
Last week, Calder threw 92 pitches, working 6 innings. He struck out 9 last week. So far this week, he's at 92 pitches, 66 strikes. But the Bears are going to ride their veteran lefty. With Pitts at third and Infeliz at first, here's Cal Sepsic. Sepsic is 0 for 2. He flied out and struck out. And the first pitch is wide. Snap throw to third, and back in plenty of time is Pitts. That was a pitch out.
Yeah, the Bears thought something was on there, and they were expecting the runner at first, Infeliz, to try to edge off the bag and draw a throw, and J.J. Kinnick gunned it down to third. We saw this yesterday with Pitts at third base.
Got in trouble, too, didn't he?
Yes.
Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is stroked into left field. It's down for a base hit. Bearcats recapture the lead as Pitts comes home to score. Sepsic delivers his 12th RBI of the year, and it's 3 straight hits to start the 6th that gives the Bearcats the advantage, 3-2.
Well, right now the difference in the game is Cincinnati gets runners on and leadoff runner on, and they bring him in. Baylor has struggled to today.
At least twice. Now we're going to get a pinch runner.
That is Conlon Daniel, a pinch runner for them on Friday as well.
So Daniel will run for Sepsic here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And now we're going to get a conference on the mound. This is
a player called
conference. You're exactly right. So timeout has been called by the Bears, and they converse after a run has scored.
Well, and we can't see the bullpen here for the Bears, but you would assume it's up and moving.
3 straight hits to start the 6th. And again, the sophomore Conlon Daniel from right here in Cincinnati is going to run at first base. And here's Mitchell, the third baseman. 2 on, nobody out, a run is in, and the Bearcats leading 3-2 on their 9th hit of the day. First pitch to Mitchell. He's going to bunt it back to the mound. The throw goes to third in time for the out. Nicely done, Ethan Calder, as the bunt from Mitchell went back towards the mound, and Ethan off of the mound fields it and throws to Brighton at third base to get the leading runner. The sacrifice fails, and there's 1 down.
That was very smooth. They were ready for that. Good execution. You know, and he rolled it out there far enough for it to be an easy pick for Ethan Calder up off the turf, but really a nice job. How often does a left-handed pitcher throw to third like that?
Not often. So Daniel now runs at second. Mitchell's at first. There's 2 outs for Niehaus, the 9-hole hitter. Shortstop is 1 for 2 today with a run scored. And Ethan is upset, and now I see why. Mitch Thompson is out of the dugout. Calder does not want to come out of the ball game, and he doesn't show a lot of emotion. In fact, he doesn't show much at all.
He wants to stay in there.
Yeah, he's going to fight a little bit right here. And you know what? I like it. I like it a lot.
And
you know what?
I think
he may be winning this conversation. He is going to win the conversation.
He is going to win. And I'll say this. Coach Mitch Thompson would not allow every player to do this, but there's a respect level when you've got a veteran like Ethan Calder, who's really a model player, model teammate, all of these things. And Coach Mitch Thompson listened to him. He said, I think he saw the fire there, and you want that.
Yeah.
You wanna see it rewarded now. Now for Ethan Calder, pressures ratchets up a bit.
But you like that. I mean, he showed little intestinal fortitude and said, you know what, I'm not coming out of this game. And then I look up and Travis Sanders is waving the bullpen back into the bullpen. So here we go, the 9-hole hitter, Charlie Niehaus. And there go the runners. And the pitch is a strike, and the runner at second, Daniel, steals third base. I thought they were going to pull the double steal. They did not, just the front runner. So Daniel down to third with a stolen base, and now they're on the corners again with just one out. A double play can still get you out of the inning. The pitch was a strike, and here's the 0-1. It is bunted at and fouled off. That's a strike, yeah. I mean, I don't know what the home plate umpire was looking at.
Yeah.
Because it was a fastball bearing in right on the belly button of Niehaus, and he squared the bunt. And when he bunted it, Derek, he fell down. And so the home plate umpire was wondering if he was hit by the pitch, and the first base umpire said, no, that's a strike. So it's 0-2 to Charlie Niehaus. And again, they're on the corners. Calder's ready. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's poked foul. It remains 0-2.
You know, Tom, I don't remember the last time we saw a pitcher basically lobby and win to stay in the game like that.
You know what? That was pretty cool. It really was.
You know, and you really want to see him really be fired up when he leaves the mound at the end of the inning.
0-2 the count to Niehaus. There goes the runner at first. The pitch is inside for a ball, and so now Mitchell steals second, and they're at second and third, and the double play is no longer in order. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runner at third is Daniel. The runner at second is Mitchell. It's a ball and 2 strikes to Niehaus. Calder is ready, and here's the pitch. Swung on a miss. He struck him out on some high heat on the 6th strikeout of the afternoon for Ethan Calder, and there's 2 away.
He's at exactly 100 pitches, and now Mitch Thompson out of the dugout, and now you have to make the change. And he points down there, but Ethan Calder gets to face one more batter, and he strikes him out, and high fives all around from his teammates. And a big applause from head coach Mitch Thompson. He goes out there to get the baseball.
Yeah, and we have some Baylor fans here in Cincinnati, and they should applaud that. I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm kind of jazzed up still after watching him fight to stay in the game.
And now he gets high fives. Teammates form a tunnel for him as he heads into the dugout, and R.J. Rue makes his way to the mound. Well, nice job there by Ethan to finish off the outing strong. 5 2/3 innings. You'll take that. You will take that from these starters. And now he gives way to the reliever R.J. Rue to face the leadoff man, left-handed hitting Ryan Tyranski. Numbers on Rue on the year, they have been very good. A 2-1 record in 16 appearances and a 2.2 ERA. 20 strikeouts in 16 1/3 innings against just 4 walks and a 207 opposing batting average. Tommy made that adjustment to basically just pitch more quickly, get the ball back, be ready to pitch. He's never been a big strikeout pitcher, so the fact that you look here, 16 appearances, he's got more than a strikeout per inning through 16 1/3. That's great to see. The numbers are obviously very good, and you like him coming in here in the bottom of the 6th inning and hopefully giving the Bears, maybe an inning and a third. If he can pitch well, he could go an inning and a third or 2.
Oh, absolutely. He can bridge you right into your closer and bunch, and that's exactly what the Bears have dialed up here. Now,
so reliable. Again, he pitches into the 6th inning. I think with him out there, you can pretty much count on 5 innings or more and 3 runs or less in general. There's been a couple starts that haven't been like that, but on Sunday afternoon, that'll get the job done, or at least get you close to it. And he exits with the score with Baylor down by a run. Now the job for R.J. Rue is to strand. He's got to strand these inherited runners.
Here's Tyranski. Tyranski is 3 for 3 on the day, and there's another reason why Mitch Thompson goes to R.J. Rue. This is a left-handed hitter who's had a nice day against Ethan. He's collected 3 of those 9 hits. Now he bats with 2 on, 2 out, and it's a lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch from RJ to Tyranski is low for a ball. One ball and no strikes. Tyranski started the day hitting .292. He's jumped the average all the way up to .320. Deep in the box on the left side. Runners at second and third, and the pitch on the way, it's up and in for a ball. That nearly hit him.
Yeah, that release point was off there.
And pushes the count to 2 balls and no strikes.
Lefties actually hitting a little better against Drouet than right-handers are. Righties are at 189, lefties 238.
2-0 the count. To the stretch, R.J. Rouet. And the 2-0 pitch swung on and a high fly ball, but playable for Janusek. He's drifting back. He's having some trouble finding it. He finally does, and he makes the catch out in right field. He was having trouble finding the ball in that blue sky. He had his eyes shaded with his glove, and then he finally locates the baseball and gets the Bears out of the inning. But they do get a run to the Bearcats. They get a run on 3 hits. There were 2 men left. We have completed 6. It is the Bearcats 3, the Bears 2. This is Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Hey, Baylor fans, this is your call to gear up with Harley-Davidson of Waco. Whether you're hitting the open road or tailgating at McLean Stadium, we've got the ride to match your Bear pride. Check out our wide selection of new and pre-owned motorcycles, visit our service department, or shop all the latest gear and accessories to show off your Baylor spirit and Harley pride. Visit us today and find your freedom on 2 wheels. Harley-Davidson of Waco, where Baylor fans never ride alone. Visit in-store or at hdwaco.com. Sick 'em Bears.
Y'all listen up. Let me tell you something about group meals from Rudy's Barbecue. It's got all you need for all the folks you gotta feed, smoked meat, sides, and more. There's everything down to the tablecloth, just like the one that you see at the store. At a bridal shower, it's better than flowers. And a long business meeting, it'll pass the hours. It'll feed all the cousins at a family function. It's better than potluck at a church luncheon. Next time you need to feed 10 or more, call and order a Rudy's group meal.
Next in line.
From the Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios, this is KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265DV Temple, ESPN Central Texas.
You're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Alongside Derek Smith, I'm Tom Barfield. We welcome you back to Cincinnati, Ohio. And boy, Derek, it is a gorgeous day today. It is absolutely a splendid day for baseball, and we got a good one going here between the Bears and the Bearcats. And Baylor down a run 3-2, and here in the 7th, it'll be Brighton Clemens, Ty Johnson, and J.J. Kennett. Brighton is 0 for 2. Stands in and strokes one into left field. It's a base hit and a good start to the 7th for the Bears.
First hit for Clemens, but a nice day at the plate for him. He really hit it hard his first at bat. And Tom, that's now 4 consecutive innings the leadoff man has reached.
Got to get him in. Here's Ty Johnson. Johnson collected his first extra base hit since March the 21st against OSU, and this may be it for Buczkowski. And I think it is. I think we've got a pitching change. They're going to conversate on the mound. There's been, that's it. They have signaled for the bullpen. So we're going to have a pitching change after the Brighton Clemens leadoff hit here in the top of the 7th. Our score is Cincinnati 3, the Bears 2. This is Bears Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Hey Baylor fans, Baylor softball season is currently underway. Come be a part of the action at Getterman Stadium all season long with single game tickets. With general admission tickets starting at just $8, there's no better way to enjoy elite college softball. And if you're coming with friends or family, group tickets are available for $5 each. Get your Baylor softball single game tickets now at BaylorBears.com/tickets.
If you need a trailer, Flat Rock Trailers has got you covered. From light-duty single-axle utility trailers to the Big Tex tandem duals. We also carry a full line of enclosed cargo trailers. Need a motorcycle trailer? We've got them. Need a dump trailer? We've got the largest selection in the state. Oilfield trailers? We carry a full line of Big Tex trailers to handle all your needs. Trailer repairs? We repair all makes and models. We'll even rent you a trailer if you need to use one for a day. Flat Rock Trailers, your #1 source for all your trailer needs. Find us at flatrocktrailers.com.
You're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Jordan Bischel, the head coach for the Cincinnati Bearcats, calls on a freshman in relief after a Brighton Clements leadoff single here in the top of the 7th inning. The Bears are down 3-2 here on this Sunday getaway day, and the freshman is Chad Brown that Cincinnati brings into the game. Good numbers for Brown. 12 appearances out of the pen, second most on the team, a 2-0 record and a 2.95 ERA, and just under 22 innings. He has struck out 30 and walked 11. Opposing batters are hitting .235 against the 6'6", 230-pound right-handed freshman out of Hemlock, Michigan, and he is on to face the left-handed hitting Ty Johnson. He's followed in the lineup by J.J. Kennett and Bo Caraway. Tom, another opportunity for the Bears to manufacture a runner, hopefully more than that with the leadoff man aboard.
Indeed. Now, this is a hard thrower. He's heating up in a hurry. And I don't know, Derek, if we mentioned, but Colin Daniel stays in the game and is playing center field now. Ryan Taransky moves over to left, and Derek Pitts from center field to right field. So now the outfield goes Taransky in left, Daniel in center, and Derek Pitts in right as Chad Brown heats up.
That's the change they made on Friday night. They make one move and it moves everyone around.
It shifts everybody, doesn't it?
Yep.
So here's Ty Johnson, who doubled and scored his last time up. He's 1 for 2 today. Bears have Brighton Clements at first. Clements is being held on by Coates. Brown to the stretch, and here's the pitch. He shows a bunt, and he bunts it up the third base line. It's a good one. Grabbed by the third baseman, Mitchell. He throws on to first. The sacrifice goes 5-3, and that puts Clements in scoring position down at second base.
Got the job done right now, playing for the run, and nice to see the veteran lay down a nice bunt, and now a couple of whacks at it to try to bring him home.
With one out, here's J.J. Kennett. Kennett single to right field his last time up. He's 1 for 2. J.J.'s hitting .258. No home runs, 6 runs driven in. Here's the pitch to J.J. Lays off a pitch low and away for ball 1. (3-2) Cincinnati, but the Bears are threatening. They've got a runner at second with one out. 1 ball and no strikes to J.J. Kennett, the 1-0 pitch. On the corner for a strike at 92 miles an hour, and that evens it, counted a ball and a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 on and 1 out. We're in the top of the 7th inning. Brown, the right-hander, goes set, and here's the pitch to J.J., and it's low and away again for ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike.
That breaking ball had some tilt. We could see it all the way up here, but a nice job by J.J. not to chase.
When you say all the way up here, you mean it.
Yeah.
We are a long way from field level. 2-1 the count to Kennett. And the 2-1 pitch. Swung on and stroked into right field. It is a base hit. Clements is going to have to throw on the brakes as he ends up at third base. And there's runners at the corners on a base hit by J.J. Kennett.
Another instance, Tom, where the Bears had a runner in scoring position and the subsequent batter hits it so hard that they have to stop at third base.
It's a multi-hit game for J.J. Kennett. It's his 6th of the season.
Big at-bat here for the freshman Bo Caraway, Tom. Bears down by 1, runners on the corners, 1 out. Got to deliver.
Got to get him home. Here's the pitch. He shows bunt. It takes one down for a ball. It's 1-0. I like the call.
Yep.
I really like the call. Third baseman Mitchell was charging from third. Brighton Clements at third base for the Bears. J.J. Kennett at first. He's being held on by Coates. A ball and no strikes to Bo Caraway, the Bears center fielder. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Again shows bunt. Takes a strike, and it's 1-1. Do they leave it on or do they take it off? We got a chess match going.
Yeah, I mean, that remains a weapon for him if he can get it down.
1 ball, 1 strike. They're on the corners for the Bears, trailing 3-2 in the 7th inning. Here's the pitch. It's wide for a ball, and he did not show bunt. And it's 2-1. And when I say wide, I mean really wide. He missed the mark by 3 or 4 feet. 2 balls and 1 strike to the left-handed hitting center fielder, Bo Caraway. J.J. Kennett away from third, Clements away from first. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Shows bunt and lays it up the first base line. It's a great bunt. Home to score is Brighton Clements. And the Bears have tied the game. And no play at first base. It's a bunt base hit.
Everyone is safe. Great job by Bo Caraway. Tom laid it down perfectly. They didn't have a prayer to get Brighton Clements at home plate, and as it turns out, they didn't have an opportunity to get Caraway at first. He delivers, and he also hopefully sets the stage for more.
And it scared me because I honestly thought that the bat was going to hit the ball in fair play. And now time is called, and we're going to get another mound visit as the Bears tie the game up on the squeeze, and Caraway ends up scoring, as being safe at first base. That's the advantage that you have with Bo Caraway. He's in the left-handed batter's box, and he's got the best wheels in the business.
I mean, and we're not exaggerating when we say truly elite speed. He can fly. I mean, anything he puts in play that's not completely routine, he's a threat to beat it to first. He just got to put it in play more. Or in the case of what he just did there, just execute. Just execute what the coaches ask you to. He did.
Conference on the mound is concluded. Home plate umpire Jason Stidham out there to break up that combo. And now we've got a tie ball game, 3-3, and Caraway's also flipped the lineup. Here's Travis Sanders.
Well, if there was a time for Travis Sanders' first hit of the weekend.
Oh, my. Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
Now.
He's 0 for 11 with 7 strikeouts. But he's due, and this is as good a time as any. Brown to work to Sanders with 2 on and 1 out. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. It's strike 1.
Travis has such great opposite field power. The wind's blowing out that way. See if you can get it up in there.
Last couple of weeks, he's shown that power with 3 home runs. Kennett's at second, Caraway's at first. Caraway is not being held on as Coates plays behind him. The 0-1 pitch. It's low for a ball, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 the count. The Bears have scratched a run here in the 7th inning on 3 hits. Looking for more. 1 ball, 1 strike. The 1-1 to Sanders is fisted foul. That's in on his hands, Derek, at 86, and he just did get a piece of it. Now he's in a hole at a ball and 2 strikes. Pearson Reebok is on deck. Baylor trying to take the lead for the first time since the 3rd inning. 1-2 the count. Here's the 1-2. Swung on a miss. He struck him out. And there's 2 away.
Big strikeout for Brown there. Comes at a key time. Baylor's done a good job avoiding that today, but they come through in a big situation here. But you like Pearson Reebok, Tom. He's had 3 hits on the weekend, and he's looking really good at the plate.
Doubled and scored back in the 1st, grounded out in the 3rd, and walked in the 6th. Lefty-righty matchup, which favors the Bears. Reebok ready to go, and here's the pitch. There's a fastball from Brown for a strike, and it's 0-1. Reebok started the day hitting about 203 versus right-handers. Here's the 0-1. Swung on a miss on a pitch way outside. That one in the opposite batter's box. And now Pearson's in a hole at 0-2. 3-3 ball game as we play here in the top of the 7th inning. Bears with 2 aboard. Kennett at second, Caraway at first. Pearson in a hole at 0-2. The pitch to Reebok. Line foul. That one just about Oh my! That nearly got Jim
That
Blair.
did. He is a cool customer over there, and that ball got on him in a hurry near his head, and thankfully he has the batting helmet on and was able to duck out of the way.
Goodness. 0-2. Brown ready. A check out at second. And the pitch to Pearson is swung on a miss. He struck him out. The catcher will throw to first to complete the strikeout, and the Bears are done in the 7th. They get a run on 3 hits. They strand a pair. It's stretch time in Cincinnati. It's Baylor 3 and Cincinnati 3. This is Bears baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Baylor fans, ready to keep it cool this season? Ice and Easy delivers premium ice lightning fast. From tailgates to restaurants, construction sites, concerts, and races, Ice and Easy has you covered. Game day or work day, keep your drinks cold and your spirits bold. Ice and Easy, we deliver, you chill. Proud supporter of the Baylor Bears.
Hellberg Barbecue is a family-owned business started here in Waco, Texas, and proud to serve the local area. They love to cater all kinds of events, big and small. Serving Baylor and its families is one of their favorite things, and they even ship barbecue nationwide. Check them out while here in Waco or online and support one of Waco's local barbecue restaurants, Hellberg Barbecue. Salt, pepper, and a whole lot of prayer.
You're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Well, the Bears get the game tied at 3 with a run in the 7th, but Derek, you sure would have liked a crooked number there. You got 3 hits in that inning, and you had a couple of opportunities, really, with a runner in scoring position at second base, and you went back-to-back strikeouts, and that's unfortunate.
You know, we'll look at a negative here, Tom, and then get refocused on Bears finding a way to win this game. 4th inning, leadoff man at second, can't score. 5th inning, leadoff man at second, you get 2 runners on the corners with nobody out and have to settle for a run. Leadoff man at second in the 6th, no runs, and then in the 7th, what you just said. So you've been able to score some runs, and right now it's a tie ball game, but there were opportunities for more that the Bears just didn't take advantage of.
So Baylor's got a run in the 1st, a run in the 5th, and a run in the 7th. Cincinnati with 2 in the 3rd and 1 in the 6th. R.J. Rue is going to face 2, 3, and 4. And here's Quentin Coates, who is 1 for 3 today. The first pitch to Coates, tries to check his swing. He went around. There's strike 1. Coates, a 340 hitter. He's got 21 home runs on the year, which is it's the best in the business in college baseball. Here's the 0-1. Line drive back up the middle on the ground into center field, base hit.
And Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's that's his second single of the day and his 3rd of the weekend. That's basically done just that, a low liner that hits the mound and then caroms out to center.
Yep. And it plays for him.
Yep.
So he's at first, and here's Jackson Smith. Tice Armstrong's going to hold at first base. Middle infield, Reebok and Sanders will look for an opportunity to turn 2. Clemens is going to come in on the green carpet, expecting bunt from Jackson Smith, who singled his last time up. And he does show bunt. Bunts it up in the air, and it's behind J.J. He couldn't find it, and it falls foul for a strike.
Yeah, he plays good defense back there. A little frustrated with himself that he couldn't locate that.
0-1 the count to Jackson Smith. Smith grounded into a fielder's choice in the 1st. He flied out in the 3rd. Then he singled in the 5th inning. He's 1 for 3. R.J. Rue working to the left-handed hitter. Delivers a pitch, and it is bunted foul, so it's 0-2. Straight back with that foul ball, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. Jack Natelli is on deck. Oh, 0-2 the count. Rue's ready. Here's a pitch, swung on and fouled off. It remains 0-2. Three-3 game here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Bearcats have out hit the Bears 10-8. Roué ready. Checks at first base. Checks again at first base. And delivers the pitch. It's low for a ball. There was 1 second, I believe, on the pitch clock when he delivered that pitch.
Yeah, keeping an eye on the runner because that's not like RJ normally.
Coates, good will, 7 stolen bases and 8 tries. Tice continues to hold at first base. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Jackson Smith. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaker outside and squares the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Game 35 of this season, and here comes Mitch Thompson in the middle of a 2-2 count. He is headed to the mound, and he's making a call to the pen. In the middle of the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
You're right, you don't see this with any much at all, and he's calling on the closer. He's calling on the closer here, Caleb Bunch, with a runner at first and a 2-2 count, nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th inning, and it's going to be Bunchy making his way to the mound.
Caleb Bunch coming in from the right field bullpen, and we'll step aside with our score. Baylor 3, Cincinnati 3, a pitching change, and we're back with more in a moment. This is Bears Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Listen to that endless pour. Pure refreshment. If it sounds this good, just imagine how it tastes. Oh yeah, so good. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
Kids can now join the Baylor Cub Club, the official kids club of Baylor Athletics, presented by Green Eye Associates. Fans 12 and under can register for the low cost of $25 and gain exclusive benefits and access to Baylor Athletics events. Members receive free admission to select events, exclusive giveaway access, and their own membership package. To register your Cub, please visit BaylorBears.com/Cub Club. Sign your Cub up today.
You're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Head coach Mitch Thompson calls on his closer, Caleb Bunch, third pitcher of the day for the Bears. Score tied at 3. Leadoff man has reached for Cincinnati, but with Jackson Smith at the plate, he in a 2-2 count, Coach Thompson makes the change mid-at-bat. Bunch has been fantastic here in his senior year. 13 appearances, a 3-1 record, a 1.23 ERA, 5 saves for the right-hander in 22 innings. He has struck out 25. He's walked 11. Opposing batters are hitting just 164 against him. Now, Tom, we are in the era where your closer doesn't always pitch in just a normal, hey, it's the 9th inning, we're up by 3 runs or fewer save situations. This even in this era, this is unconventional, but Bunch has good stuff. He can give you multiple innings, and Coach Thompson looks at this and feels the game in the balance right here.
Absolutely. So he makes the change in the middle of a 2-ball, 2-strike count to Jackson Smith with Quentin Coates at first base. Bunchy to the stretch. And the 2-2 is swung on a miss, got him on a breaking ball, and there's out number 1.
Well, one pitch and pays dividends right away.
Got him on a breaking ball. Now that's going to bring up Natili. Jack Natili steps in 0 for 2 today with a walk. Struck out looking in the first, walked in the third, and grounded into a fielder's choice on the 5th. The first pitch to Natili is high for a ball, and it's 1-0. 3 runs on 8 hits for the Bears, 3 runs on 10 hits for the Bearcats. Baylor, with a win today, would stay ahead of Cincinnati and would stay above 500 in Big 12 conference play. 1-0 the count. The 1-0 pitch is bunted up the third baseline, but foul. And until he knew it, he takes the bat with him. He's 90% to the first base bag and still has the bat in his hand. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Beautiful Sunday afternoon here in Cincinnati, Ohio. There's activity all over this Cincinnati campus. All of their athletic facilities. There's tennis going on, there's soccer, there's all kinds of stuff. But a baseball game right here, and it's a good one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bunch is ready, he checks, and the 1-1 pitch is high for a ball, and it's 2-1. Again, it's a field turf surface, including the mound. There's not any dirt or grass in this ballpark.
I don't think that's either of our favorite approach.
No. 2-1 the count. Bunch deals the 2-1 pitch. There's a breaky ball for a strike, and that evens the count at 2-2. If Bunch takes us to the house, Derek, then Bunch is going to get the win. It's a 3-3 ball game. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 on and 1 out. We are in the bottom of the 7th. Bunch is ready. Here's the pitch, and it's a high fly ball out to left field. Going back on it is Johnson. At the edge of the warning track, he's going to have room, and Ty will make the catch. There's 2 away. Boy, that scared me off of the bat.
Same. He gave it a ride, and this park plays small, but thankfully enough air under it for Ty Johnson to make the play.
And the wind's blowing more from the left field foul pole back towards the middle of the field, so that pushed it back towards Johnson some, and there's 2 down. And here's a guy that's on a tear this season. That's Derek Pitts. Pitts is 1 for 3 today. He doubled and scored back in the 6th inning. Open stance from the right side. Bunch to the set position and deals the pitch, and it's stroked into deep left center field. Going back on it is Caraway. He's going to come in on it now. He's going to make the catch as the wind knocks that one down, and that's out number 3 of the inning. A fly ball to center field. Caraway takes care of it, and the inning is done. No runs on 1 hit, and 1 man is left. We've completed 7. It's Baylor 3 and the Bearcats 3. This is Bears baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
We don't just build trucks. We build something that's meant to last. That's why the 2026 Toyota Tundra isn't just built in Texas. It's built by Texas. Every line, weld, and seal, shaped with the pride, heat, and strength that only Texas really knows. The Tundra is built to tough it out and to take it easy. Built to carry tradition and to make new ones. Built to roll with the punches and to go the distance. Built stronger, built louder, built here. The 2026 Toyota Tundra. Built in Texas, driven everywhere. Test drive at your local Toyota dealer or visit Toyota.com today. Toyota. Let's go places. Feature availability differs based on trim. See Toyota.com for details.
You're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
We've got 7 in the books here from Cincinnati, Ohio. The Bears and the Bearcats are all knotted up at 3 apiece. For the Bears, they've got 3 runs, 8 hits, no errors. They've stranded 5. For the Bearcats, 3 runs on 10 hits, 1 error, and they have left 8 men on base. For the Bears, it's going to be Janusek, Armstrong, and Snow scheduled to face Chad Brown. And here to guide us home with a win is Derek.
Let's make it happen, Tom. This game in the hands of the bullpens. Caleb Bunch, the Baylor closer, he is in for Cincinnati. They've got a talented freshman in Chad Brown out there, and Brown has 3 saves on the year. Their closer, their true closer, though, in terms of the save lead on this season is Morrow, and he's been Dominic Morrow, the junior, and so would expect we'll see him at some point, no matter whether it's a save situation or not.
Not going to leave your bullets in the
Right.
gun.
Yeah. Here's Brady Janusek leading off the inning. Takes a pitch up, ball 1. Didn't miss by a lot. Fastball at 92 from Brown. Janusek is 2 for 3 today, a single, a double, and a strikeout. The 1-0 pitch waves through a sharp breaking ball. His slider comes in at 87. They've got Janusek shaded the other way in center. He He's hitting .333. Here's the pitch. He reaches for a breaking ball and just grazes a piece of it. Back foul.
Great description. He did reach and barely get the bat to the ball. That's a pitch he needs to lay off of.
Wind blowing out to right center field. One and two, the pitch from Brown. In on the hands, it's rolled slowly out towards short. Niehaus gloves it, throws to first in time on a bang-bang play. Janusek was hustling. He made it interesting, but they were able to make the play, and there's one down. That will bring up Tice Armstrong, hitless in 3 trips today. Came into the game with a modest 3-game hitting streak, the longest on the team at this juncture. Here's the first pitch his way. It's a fastball yanked down in the left-handed box, and the count is 1-0. That snaps a string that retiring a Janusek, a string of 4 straight innings in which the Baylor leadoff man had reached. 1-0, a big cut and a sharp slider, and the count is 1-1. One and one. Here comes the pitch. Tice takes up in the zone. That was close.
In the words of Derek Smith, sick 'em Bears.
Yeah. That appeared to be a strike.
We may have got away with one right there.
Yeah, well, let's see Tice turn on a 2-1 pitch, shall we? Instead of a 1-2 pitch. Here it comes. He takes down and away. Now it's 3-1. Strike zone today, I think both teams have had a couple of questions. Which, is that most games? That's probably true.
I think it is.
3-1, here it comes. Poured in for a strike. Fastball, and it's full at 3-2.
That was a belt-high fastball. Normally Tice will turn that one into a line drive or a home run. I mean, he's good with middle.
Payoff on the way, and that's in the dirt. Not even close. Ball 4. So Armstrong draws a 1-out walk. He represents the go-ahead run for the Bears here in the top of the 8th inning. Score tied at 3. So Armstrong's aboard, and we're going to see a pinch hitter. It would appear for the Bears in the DH spot. It'll be Dylan Perez, the left-handed hitting freshman who's had a nice weekend at the plate for Baylor. He came into the weekend hitless on the season, but a pair of hits on Friday and Saturday and some good at-bats. And head coach Mitch Thompson calling on a guy who's done a nice job of putting it in play and giving you some competitive at-bats this weekend here in Cincinnati.
I think the staff likes the approach that Perez has had this weekend. They like the fact that he's gone to the plate with a plan and has executed the plan.
First pitch swinging, bounces an off-speed delivery into the Baylor dugout. The count 0-1. Armstrong at first with 1 out, top of the 8th inning. Chad Brown, hard throwing freshman right-hander, sends the 0-1 Perez's way, and he swings through a breaking ball. It's quickly 0-2. Perez trying to battle the 0-2 pitch, a back foot breaking ball. He does a nice job seeing that. Doesn't offer, it's 1-2.
Well, he swung at the first 2 breaking balls, and Brown was going to keep throwing them until he didn't.
Well, he laid off of it there and stands tall in the box once again. Right-handed pitcher, left-handed batter, and there's ball 2 down. Tice Armstrong at first base. Tice held on by Coates. He'll edge off the bag. Perez battling here, a 2-2 pitch on the way, and that's a fastball over the plate but up, and the count is full at 3-2. Well,
the umpire giveth,
yes,
and the umpire taketh away.
It's true. Yeah, that drew the ire of the fans here. Their dugout's already pretty loud. There goes Armstrong, the pitch, low, ball 4. Back-to-back walks by Brown. Armstrong trots on to second base, Perez to first, and the batter will be Brighton Clemens. Score tied at 3. Brighton Clemens with a base hit could give the Bears the lead. Kind of keeping an eye on the Cincinnati dugout. You wonder if they might make a change. They've got their closer available, but now we got a mound visit from the catcher.
This was probably called from the dugout.
Yes, they're going to stall a bit.
And then when Jason Stidham goes out there to break up the conversation.
Maybe Jordan Bishop will come out of the dugout. It's like, oh, hey, I thought of something.
Exactly, yeah.
Yep, so now there goes Jason Stidham. The Bears have 2 on with 1 out. Trying to reclaim the lead. So the mound visit is broken up, and for the moment, it looks like Brown will face Clemens, but we'll see. All right, Clemens is in the box, a 306 hitter. He's 1 for 3 today.
Not.
No, now here comes Jordan Bishop. Waited until the pitch clock is down to 8 before coming out to make the change, and we'll have a call, it would appear, to the Cincinnati bullpen. And I tell you what, that is milking it about as much as you can.
Yeah, I mean, how many pitches can you throw down there? I mean,
yeah.
Well, now here comes the trainer.
The trainer is making his way out to the catcher. Looks like maybe an equipment. No, he's looking at his hand. He's looking at his head now. He signals to the pin. So we will have a right-handed arm, it would appear, making his way out to face Brighton Clemens. Wheels turning. Score tied at 3. The Bears threatening to the top of the 8th on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Hey, Baylor fans, this is your call to gear up with Harley-Davidson of Waco. Whether you're hitting the open road or tailgating at McLean Stadium, we've got the ride to match your Bear pride. Check out our wide selection of new and pre-owned motorcycles. Visit our service department or shop all the latest gear and accessories to show off your Baylor spirit and Harley pride. Visit us today and find your freedom on 2 wheels. Harley-Davidson of Waco, where Baylor fans never ride alone. Visit in-store or at hdwaco.com. Sick 'em Bears.
Y'all listen up. Let me tell you something about group meals from Rudy's Barbecue. It's got all you need for all the folks you gotta feed, smoked meat, sides, and more. There's everything down to the tablecloth, just like the one that you see at the store. And a bridal shower, it's better than flowers. And a long business meeting, it'll pass the hours. It'll feed all the cousins at a family function. It's better than potluck at a church luncheon. Next time you need to feed 10 or more, call an order of Rudy's Group Meal.
Next in line.
You're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
For the Bearcats.
And, you know, Tom, you want to make them pay for the freebies, right? Back-to-back walks. Today, Cincinnati pitchers have struck out 7 Baylor hitters. They've walked 3, and that's not a huge total, but two of them come back-to-back here. Baylor's previous 3 runs came all by hitters who hit their way on. Brighton Clements stands in against the Cincinnati closer, Dominic Morrow, and waves through a fastball with some run, 96. And the count is 0-1.
Yeah, there's some giddy up to that one.
Morrow 6'1", 210. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That's off speed and down, and it's 1-1.
That looked like a straight curveball at 82. I mean, it just fell off the table.
Now we've got time called over at third base. They're pointing over into by the Baylor dugout. Oh, there was a baseball on the track there nearby past the Baylor dugout. That was attentive over there from third base umpire David Buck. Brighton Clements, 1 for 3 today. Trying to give the lead back to the Bears in this 3-3 game. The pitch is lined up the middle. It's bobbled by the shortstop. Now the Bears are caught in a rundown as Armstrong thought it was caught and had to go back to second base. He's being chased back to second, and now he evades, goes back to third, slides in, and the tag is applied. And no, does the umpire think the ball was caught? Wait.
No, I think the umpire is ruling that he was forced out because of the drop, and I think one of the throws, the third baseman caught the ball on the bag, which creates the out. There's nothing you can do with that. I mean, that ball's probably going to be caught, probably should have been caught. It wasn't, and then it forced the runner to try to get to third base, and there's just nothing you can do about that.
Yeah, so he gets the step there, and then Armstrong is tagged out at third base. Mitch Thompson is arguing a bit, and he wants to talk to the umpires here for a moment. That was a liner up the middle that the shortstop should have caught and would have doubled up Armstrong, but then Tom, he fed to second for the force of the runner at first, Perez, and then they got Armstrong caught in the rundown. And Mitch Thompson is talking things through with the umpire with some heat, but I think
so they're calling it a double play.
They're calling it a double play. So that would be when he threw back to second, that's the force of Perez, and then Armstrong is caught in the rundown at third.
But the third base umpire had signaled out. He had his right arm up, signaled out long before the play occurred.
That's right.
At third
that
base.
Wasn't a force at that.
At that point, if you're going to call the force at second, that takes the force off, and he's free to go back to third.
Force.
I still don't have a clue.
They're talking. Something seemed odd, and the umpires are going back to. Well, maybe they're not. The Bears are coming out onto the field. We'll talk things through. I don't think the tag was ever applied at third.
No, I mean
base.
the third base umpire, David Bucket, signaled out long before that ever occurred.
Right. So there was no force at third base because the force was removed when they got Perez at second on the double play.
And I think that's what Toppy's arguing about right now, or discussing with anyway.
They are going to, I think, continue to talk. I mean, this inning, I believe, is over.
Well,
but they're talking it through. They can review this.
Which we have not had this weekend.
You're right. This is a big situation here. The Bears had runners at first and second with one out in this 3-3 game of the eighth. The umpires are conferring now. Brighton Clements, Tom, hit a low liner up the middle that the shortstop should have caught, thinking it was about to be caught. Tice Armstrong went back to second base. They fed it, I believe, to second base there for the out of Perez, and then they called Armstrong out at third on a force. And there was no force because the runner behind him had been erased. So Armstrong at that point, even though in his mind he's committed to go to third, was not committed to go to third.
Brighton, here's how they have it tentatively scored right now. Well, nope, they're taking it off. They're not even going to let me read it.
They're not. They're sending the Bears back into the dugout, and
now they're going to talk some more.
They're going to talk some more here. Mitch Thompson is right to argue.
Well,
that's as crazy as a sequence as you can see.
You got two umpires talking to the Cincinnati staff. You got two umpires talking to the Bears staff. They don't. See, yeah, that's, and I'm telling you right now, Cincinnati's head coach Bischel, he's having himself a well of a time right now. He is animated.
Oh, he is irate. So Max Caldron says the discussion here is about whether or not there was an intentional drop by the shortstop, which you are not allowed to do.
No, you're not.
So now Jordan Bischel is vehemently discussing with 2 umpires. Mitch Thompson is vehemently discussing things with 2 umpires. And this is a crazy situation, Tom, that involves, really kind of multiple scenarios.
Is that a reviewable play? That's the other question. I mean, is whether or not he dropped the ball on,
I don't believe it is.
I don't know how you would review that anyway.
I don't know how you would. Now, right now, by the way, Tom, there's no umpire reviewing anything.
No,
they sent the players back to the dugouts, and this is just like a let's figure it out session. This is a long delay in the game, and I believe they are sending Cincinnati back on. Well, we'll see.
One player went out, and I'm telling you, both. I hesitate to speak because I've never been in this situation. All I can tell you is Mitch Thompson was talking to the 2 umpires, and Jordan Bischel is still talking to 2 umpires.
And the Bears are still batting. After all of that, the Bears are still batting. Jordan Bischel is continuing to argue, and the Bears are going to send Tice Armstrong back to second. So Perez was forced at second base on that feedback. And now Clemens is safe at first.
On a fielder's choice. That's how it's going to be ruled. So Perez is going to be out at second.
Yeah, that would be 6-4 at second base. So really, you've got a situation where Armstrong was called out at third, but he was technically safe when he was not forced to go, but they ruled it like it was a force. But so they're ruling, I guess, that he intentionally dropped the ball?
That would be my – I don't know, Derek. I really don't know. But they're going to call it a fielder's choice.
The fans are upset, and I'll say this: you don't see this.
No, you don't. You had a ruling on the field, then.
The Bears' the defense was coming out on the field for the Bears.
Yes, they were, and Cincinnati had already gone into the dugout.
Well, I tell you what, let's make this crowd. It's a hornet's nest in here right now. Let's make them really mad. As Ty Johnson stands in, and the pitch from Morrow is high. Ball 1. 95 miles an hour to the left-handed hitter.
And the discussions took so long that Morrow had to re-warm up.
Yeah. 2 on, 2 out, a 3-3 game in the top of the 8th inning. The pitch up high, 2-0. Look, Tom, they've got a 0 on the board for Baylor in the 8th inning, thinking the inning was over.
Not so fast, my friend.
Yes. What a crazy sequence.
Come to the ballpark. Yep. You never know what you're going to see.
The 2-0 tie out in front of a cutter, and he tops it foul. It's 2-1. They've got the second baseman, Smith, shifted into shallow right field. Ty is 1 for 2 today with a sacrifice, a double, and a ground out to shortstop. New life for the Bears somehow. The pitch, that's dribbled past the mound, off the mound, rolls slowly to shortstop, and all hands are safe. Now they back pick to third. Ty Armstrong is back. That ball, Tom, was slowly rolled up the middle. It hit the mound and took a strange hop wide of where the shortstop there, Niehaus, thought it was going to go, and the bases are loaded.
Did you see the English on that baseball once it caromed off of the mound? It had the most wicked spin on it. And by the time Niehaus got to the baseball, all he could do is maybe try to back pick to third, where Armstrong had made the move around third, and he's safe back at third. So now the bases are loaded for J.J.
What an opportunity for J.J. Kennett. Score tied at 3. The pitch from Morrow is a breaking ball that is called a strike. Appeared to be a little inside, and still it's 0-1.
It appeared to be inside because it was inside.
Yes. Armstrong at third, Clements at second, Johnson at first for the Bears. The Cincinnati closer with the pitch. Fastball runs outside, and it's 1-1. New life for the Bears after the inning initially appeared to be over. As the umpires, after a long discussion, sends the Bears back to the plate and Cincinnati back onto the field after the shortstop, Niehaus, appeared to intentionally drop the ball. Foul ball back, and it's 1-2. And now J.J. Kennett really has to bear down against this Cincinnati closer, Morrow. Morrow with 32 strikeouts on the year in 26 innings. Now, the way this plays out, this is going to be momentum for one team either way after that strange delay. The 1-2 pitch on the way. It is lined out to shortstop, and Niehaus catches it for the out. The Bears strand the bases loaded. They can't take advantage. Tell you what, he just didn't quite barrel that up. He hit it on the... He hit it hard, but he got it off the end of the bat, and it floated out to Niehaus for the final out of the inning.
And Cincinnati comes off the field pretty jazzed up.
Yeah, the way that plays out now, that's momentum for them.
Absolutely.
Well, the Bears are unable to reclaim the lead, and so we head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Score tied at 3 in Cincinnati on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Listen to that endless pour. Pure refreshment. If it sounds this good, just imagine how it tastes. Oh yeah, so good. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
Do you want to earn points while cheering on your favorite Baylor teams? Join Baylor Bold Rewards. Track your attendance on the Baylor Sports app across athletic events and earn points towards prizes and experiences. Download the Baylor Sports app or register online today at BaylorBoldRewards.com and start earning your points today.
You're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Well, it's gotten a little wild here in Cincinnati on this Sunday afternoon getaway game. Baylor and the Bearcats tied at 3. Baylor loads the bases with 2 outs but is unable to bring home the go-ahead run after one of the crazier sequences you'll ever see, Tom, that I don't know that we still have exactly what all transpired. It involved a line drive up the middle that the shortstop, with the Bears runners at first and second and 1 out, appeared he was going to catch. He dropped it. That set off confusion everywhere as Armstrong tried to dive back to second base. The runner at first was forced Dylan Perez at second, but when the force was removed at second base, that meant they would have actually had to tag Tice Armstrong at third. They did not. Here is Enzo Infelice leading it off for Cincinnati against Caleb Bunch and taking ball 1. So, Tom, it almost appeared that they essentially called it a dead ball when the umpire called the force at third when there was no force and sent Armstrong back to second. Here is the 1-0 pitch to Infelice. He grounds it sharply up the middle past the dive of Travis Sanders. And now Cincinnati has the leadoff man aboard. We'll see Conlon Daniel bat after he pinch ran for Cal Sefcik a couple innings ago. So now against the Bears closer, the leadoff man aboard for Cincinnati, Jordan Bischel, wants a conference with his hitters and his base runner and the mound deck man. Tom, you know what, the way that all played out, you knew it was going to be momentum either way because the fans were in a bit of a tizzy. Both players on both teams were a little confused, then fired up, and unfortunately, when J.J. Kennett couldn't get a hit, that got the crowd that felt aggrieved really going again.
And I just keep going back to the play and replaying it in my mind. If they're ruling that he intentionally dropped that ball, I'm kind of curious why they didn't rule that a catch, right? And the batter be out, and the 2 runners remain at those positions. That's
well, and maybe.
But they didn't. They forced Perez out at second base.
Maybe at the end of the day, the initial discussions were that, but at the end of the day, it's just a force at second, which took away the force at third, and the umpire called the force.
But Tice ended up back at second and not at third.
Now the runners creep in. Conlon Daniel squares to bunt and has his tower buzzed by Caleb Bunch. It's high, ball one. Say that again, Tom?
Well, Tice ended up at second and not at third. So if the force is off, then
he should have been.
He should have been at third.
But when the umpire called the force while he was still sliding, I mean, it
I
feels
don't
like
know.
Maybe they called it a dead ball, which that's not really what you do. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Bunch, or Conlon with the bunt. It'll get the job done as the throw goes on to first from J.J. Kennett for the out, but Conlon advances in Felice to second base. In my mind, like Hugh Armstrong should have been at third because they never tagged him. But did the umpire, because he called him out?
Maybe it killed the play. I mean, that's the only thing I can assume.
Umpires have a certain. You've umpired, Tom. There's a level of discretion that they can apply that isn't just a carte blanche to do whatever, but they can step in and kind of send runners where they think it would be.
To a degree, but Derek, I don't know. I'm just going to be honest. I don't know how they came to that conclusion.
Well, Christian Mitchell, the batter. Our focus will go back here now because it's a 3-3 game in the bottom of the 8th inning, and Cincinnati has the go-ahead run aboard at second base. Mitchell takes the strike from Bunch, a breaking ball on the outside corner.
The only thing I can think of, and then we'll let it go, is that when you do that, there's no advancement. So Tice would have stayed at second. Perez would have been out.
The 0-1 to Mitchell had the string yanked on him by Caleb Bunch. He was way out in front of a breaking ball. Now it's just a normal 3-3 game.
Yeah.
Once again, between two teams on a Sunday. Both closers in the game, ostensibly to go the distance. The pitch. Mitchell, ooh, that looked like a strike three call all the way, but the Bears didn't get it. Breaking ball, like it was in the zone. Infelice off the bag at second with one out. The breaking ball misses away from Bunch, and it's 2-2.
You'll take it out any way you can get it, but a strikeout would be massive right here with the runner in scoring position.
Mitchell hitless in 3 trips today. He has struck out against starter Ethan Calder, who gave the Bears another strong outing this afternoon. 2-2. There's a throw back to second base, and Infelice back in. Go-ahead run at second base. Wind blowing out on this Sunday afternoon. The 2-2 pitch to Mitchell is swung on and lifted back to left field, but playable. Back on it, Ty Johnson makes the catch, and there's 2 away.
Yeah, that was off the end of the bat. There was no way that was going to carry any place.
And that'll bring up Charlie Niehaus, the shortstop, who was involved in that crazy play, making his way to the plate. He is 1 for 3 on the afternoon. Base hit could give Cincinnati the lead. A lot of hits in this game. Cincinnati 11, Baylor 9, but just 3 runs apiece. Here is the pitch, a swing and a foul tip, 0-1, 91. Bunch dialed that up on the fastball. See a lot of the Baylor parents here at the game, pacing around the concourse. It'll be an 0-1 pitch. That's a breaker down and away, and it's 1-1. Coach Mitch Thompson called on his closer Caleb Bunch in the 7th. Cincinnati did likewise with theirs in the 8th. It'll be a 1-1 pitch. Down and away, 2-1. Infelice led off the inning with a single. He was sacrificed to second, but then Christian Mitchell flew out to left. And we're going to have a mound visit from Bears pitching coach Sean Snedeker after a couple of breaking balls out of the zone from Bunch.
And this is probably just to refocus, get him dialed back in, because whatever happens in this game, Caleb Bunch is going to be the man on the mound.
It's a 2-1 count to Niehaus. If you are curious, Bunch has thrown 23 pitches and 14 of them for strikes. He's capable of throwing a lot more in that right arm of his. Niehaus, a 198 hitter, 1 for 3 today. After the mound visit to the pitch, pours it in for a strike. And the count evens at 2-2. Caleb Bunch trying to strand Infeliz at second base and send this game on to the ninth. Big right-hander rocks and fires, and that is lifted to right field. Brady Janusek finds his spot, then strolls back a couple of steps, puts it away, and that is the inning. The go-ahead run stranded at second base, and we head to the ninth. The Bears will have spots 9, 1, and 2 due up. Caraway, Sanders, and Reebok scored tied at 3 here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
If you need a trailer, Flat Rock Trailers has got you covered. From light-duty single-axle utility trailers to the Big Tex tandem duals. We also carry a full line of enclosed cargo trailers. Need a motorcycle trailer? We've got them. Need a dump trailer? We've got the largest selection in the state. Oil field trailers? We carry a full line of Big Tex trailers to handle all your needs. Trailer repairs? We repair all makes and models. We'll even rent you a trailer if you need to use one for a day. Flat Rock Trailers, your #1 source for all your trailer needs. Find us at flatrocktrailers.com.
At Magnolia Realty, award-winning agents set the bar for professionalism and excellence. Whether you're looking to buy or sell, Magnolia's full-service brokerage will guide you through every step of the process with expert industry knowledge. Their agents are fully invested in learning your story and customizing the real estate experience to suit your stage of life. Magnolia Realty has been serving cities across Texas since 2007, including Waco, Dallas, Fort Worth, Austin, San Antonio, and Temple. To get connected or learn more, visit magnoliarealty.com.
From the Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios, this is KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265DV Temple, ESPN Central Texas.
You're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
3-3 game as we head to the ninth. Dominic Morrow, the closer, out there for Cincinnati as the Bears have 9, 1, and 2 due up. Baylor, 3 runs, 9 hits, 8 men left on base. Cincinnati, 3 runs, 11 hits, 1 error, 9 men left on base. Bo Caraway will stand in there. A bunt single his first time up, and see if he tries to bunt his way on here. The third baseman in at the cut of the grass. Here is the pitch. He's not showing bunt there, and he takes. Tom, I want to read you something here that as we go back to that crazy play in the top of the 8th inning that I think could tell us a little something. I'll tell you this after the 1-0 pitch. Fastball in for a strike. It says baseball, the umpire at third made an error. He called Tice Armstrong out when there was no force. Baseball umpires have significant discretion to make judgment calls, including correcting their own errors or reversing decisions after consulting with partners, providing the game is not resumed. 1-1, Caraway takes high. They can then adjust runner placement to rectify mistakes. They cannot change ball strike counts, but I think that is the rectification. Now, I think we might think that Tice deserved third, but they ruled that with the out, the play was dead and sent him back to second. Here's the pitch to Caraway. Sliced the other way, but playable for the left fielder, Tyransky, who lost his footing. It goes all the way to the wall. Caraway rounding second. He's heading into third with a leadoff triple. The throw gets away from the cutoff man, but he'll stay put. A slice the opposite way from Bo Caraway is mishandled by Tyransky as he loses his footing, and the Bears have the go-ahead run at third base with nobody out.
Nobody out. And again, Tyransky, look, it was going to be a tough play, but then Tyransky slips, and then that ball got by him, and then it was the track meet, and Caraway ended up at third. And there was probably some consideration about bringing him on home, and now Cincinnati's going to bring their infield in.
Well, you and I were both thinking it.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. The way he flies around these bases.
Infield in for Travis Sanders. It has been a rough weekend for the Bears' best hitter. as the pitch is in for a strike. But he could find a way to bring the go-ahead run home. That would certainly help him perhaps finish it on a high note.
Triple all the way for Bo Caraway, and it's a 2-hit day, and he's the go-ahead run 90 feet away with nobody out.
We're in the top of the 9th inning, score tied at 3. Morrow from the first base side of the rubber delivers an 0-1 pitch, and that's outside.
So clearly, Derek, back to that play, the umpires did not rule that he dropped the ball intentionally.
Yes. Not a ton we can say definitively. But
yeah, that's...
Here's the 1-1 pitch. That's lined up the middle into center field, a base hit. Caraway scores, and the Bears are in front 4-3. That ball was ripped up the middle by Travis Sanders. His first hit of the weekend, the first time he's reached base, and the Bears are up 4-3.
And they're doing it off of the best arm that Cincinnati has to offer, and Sanders with his 46th hit of the year. Now time is called, and Pearson Reebok is going to go down and talk to Jim Blair.
And they're going to have a word. Let's see how the Bears play this with nobody out. You've got a hitter in Reebok who's been good at the plate this weekend. He is 1 for 3. I mean, would you consider trying to move Sanders into scoring position for Janusek and Armstrong?
Yeah, I would, honestly. I mean, I really would, because, man, an insurance run right here, yeah, you'd love a big number, but, Derek, the odds of getting a big number off their closer is not very high. The odds of being able to squeeze another one out of there with nobody out is a much higher percentage play. But, as you point out, Pearson's been going pretty well.
See what the Bears do. The pitch, he is going to square, and that's a strike. It's 0-1. Also worth noting, Tom, Cincinnati has the top of their order due up in the bottom of the 9th inning, so they got the hitters they want due up. A 4-3 Baylor lead as the Bears have scored here in the top of the 9th inning. Here's Reebok squaring again. The pitch is bunted foul, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, it popped up, hit him in the batter's box. And now the question is, do you take it off or do you leave it on?
It'd be bold.
Sometimes to get things done, you have to be bold.
Some say fortune favors the bold. 0-2. Here's the pitch. He swings it, rips it into the gap in left center field. It's down for a base hit. Sanders digs in for third. Reebok into second with a double. How about that?
Who needs a bunt?
Yeah.
Just rip one into the gap. Go shop it in the gap, and that's exactly what Reebok did, and that sends Sanders all the way around to third. So you now are at second and third with your boppers up.
Yes, it worked out quite well. We'll have a mound visit for Dominic Morrow as the pitching coach is out. What a weekend it's been here, Tom, for Pearson Reebok. 2 hits yesterday. He's got 2 more hits today. He's drawn a walk today. And I think what you're seeing is hopefully a player finding the guy that he was at the plate last season when he was so good as a freshman.
And look what it's done for the club. I mean, it's particularly in that 2-hole, Derek. I mean, it's just huge for this club, and now they are stalling like crazy. But I mean, I don't even know that there was a conversation on that mound. I think it was just a lot of standing around. But now you got second and third, and here comes your 3-hole and your 4-hole hitters with nobody out and a chance to put a crooked number on the board. And our strategy just went out the window, didn't it?
It did.
Playing for one.
You know, you think, Tom, you use words like killer instinct, and now Coach Thompson wants to have an offensive conference, so he calls in the base runners, the hitters, and the on-deck hitter, and they're gonna talk things through here. This is where you really want that killer instinct, right? I mean, right now you could bring a run home without even getting a base hit. A 4-3 Baylor lead with runners at second and third. You know, good teams find ways to pour it on. Now, Baylor has done a good job this inning already, right, reclaiming the lead, but no lead is safe. Certainly not a 1-run lead, and love to see him add to it.
Derek, I'm telling you, the wheels are turning. I watched that conference. You had Zach Dillon talking to the hitters. You got Jim Blair and Mitch Thompson still talking, trying to put together their plan. There's a lot of stuff going on, and, you know, obviously there's stuff going on in the Cincinnati dugout as well. And Cincinnati will bring the infield in against Brady Janusek, and we know how hard he can hit a baseball.
And they're not expecting him to roll it in between first and second because it is wide open. The first baseman playing about maybe 25 feet off the bag, but aside from that, it's open. The pitch to Janusek. Sick 'em Bears. A breaking ball that looked pretty good.
Yeah.
But it's called ball one.
But we've seen it.
Yeah. Janusek 2 for 4 today. Opportunity to bust the game open a bit. The pitch chopped through the drawn-in infield and into right field. That'll bring home Sanders. Here comes Reebok. The Bears are up by a score of 6-3.
And again, you mentioned at second base, the 4-hole was wide open. And where did Janusek take that baseball? Through the 4-hole. I mean, it wasn't hit very hard, but it was perfect location, and he gets it into right field. He drives in a pair, and now you've got that crooked number you were looking for. And on a hustle, Janusek ends up at second base. It's a double.
That may be the softest hit 2-run double he's ever delivered.
And that's going to be all for Morrow.
How about that?
And you're right. We have seen Janusek over the course of this 35-game season smoke baseballs. That one was not.
That one was not.
But it was perfectly placed, wasn't it?
It was. We know they say that the conventional wisdom as we have a pitching change for Cincinnati says when you draw in the infield, you increase the hitter's expected batting average by about 100 points. And I mean that's just about a 10 hopper, right? And it finds the hole and he ends up at second base.
That is huge. Now you have a 3 spot, and you know what, Derek? How many outs are on the board?
None.
Keep your foot on the gas.
Yes. You think about how different this inning could have been, Tom. You look, Bo Caraway, the left fielder, had a play. He doesn't get it. It's a triple. You've got Pearson Reebok trying to bunt, but instead, the way things play out, you have a triple, 2 doubles in the inning, a single, and 3 runs scored. How about this, Tom? The first crooked number of the weekend for the Bears in a single inning.
Oh, my goodness. And again, we talk about this game and the significance of this game, Derek. It's simple. I mean, yeah, you're not going to win the series. You can't win the series. Cincinnati's already done that. But what you can do is put another W in the Big 12 column and stay ahead of this team in the standings.
It's massive.
Yeah, it really is. It's such a huge call for the Bears to get this done today.
New pitcher out there for Cincinnati is Dylan Schuler. Schuler, a 6'2 senior, a transfer from Illinois, Chicago. Good numbers, 10 appearances, 6 starts, so this is his 5th appearance out of the pen. No record in a 3.60 ERA. He does have 25 strikeouts and 9 walks in 20 innings, Tom, but opposing batting averages are hitting, opposing batters, I should say, are hitting 288 against him. And the Bears have Janusek at second base, still with nobody out. You love the fight from this team, Tom. In a lot of ways, it was a frustrating 3-3 tie, right? The Bears had stranded 9 base runners or 8 base runners. They had missed opportunities to really put crooked numbers on the board with, leadoff men on, with multiple leadoff batters aboard, and it was looking like, oh, man, you're just going to have to eke this out, and that may yet be the case, but this fight the Bears have shown late, even the frustration of that crazy sequence in the 8th inning, they've kind of stayed locked in, and you finally get some production out of the top of the order, and now stringing hits together, and let's see if they can add a little more. They chase Cincinnati's closer from the game.
How about this? 2/3 of an inning for Morrow, 3 runs on 5 hits, and he's got property on the bases. On second base.
That'll work.
So, again, you got a 3-run lead in the 9th. No lead is safe in the Big 12. Pile on.
You'd really love to see his Tice Armstrong hit one to Nippert Stadium. Here's the pitch. It's up and away at 93. And the count is 1-0. The pitch on the way. He took a cut and just missed it, spraying it back foul, and
boy,
the count evens 1-1.
Yeah, that's I'm up 3, and I'm going to attack this baseball swing.
Janusek at second with nobody out. It'll be a 1-1 pitch. Oh, that is over the head of Armstrong. It gets all the way to the backstop, and Janusek takes third.
Just a bit inside.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Ball.
And now they're going to bring the infield in again. Smoke one.
Yeah.
Just smoke one, Tice.
2-1. Armstrong looking for his first hit of the day. 12 homers, 39 RBIs for the big guy. Oh, he took a hack. Could not connect with the inside fastball. It's 2-2. Still nobody out. Janusek at third base. Here's the break even from Schuler. Runs outside.
Schuler's got good velo. That fastball was wide, but it ran up there at 93 miles an hour.
Wind blowing out to right field. 3-2. The pitch. Ball 4. Hey, you know what? At this point, the zone is just tight. It's tight, and that's just that. So Armstrong becomes the 5th straight man to reach to start the inning. The Bears have him on the corners for Dylan Perez. Perez pinch hit for Hunter Snow in the 8th inning and drew a walk. Left-handed batter against the right-handed pitching Schuler. The pitch, he took a cut at the high fastball, nicked it back foul. Thomas, another thing worth mentioning here is the Bears did a good job wrestling back that momentum shift after that crazy sequence there. The fans were fired out, the Cincinnati dugout was fired up, and they had some emotion behind them, and it didn't matter.
Nope, they got it done. They took care of business.
Keep on adding. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That's up and away. And again, it's worth noting, you've got some fantastic hitters for Cincinnati waiting in the wings in the 9th inning, bottom of the 9th inning. To add to this lead has already been huge, and to add to it more would be that much bigger. 1-1 pitch, slice back foul into the netting. It's 1-2.
Perez has seen it pretty good. He's fouled a couple of off, but they were really nice swings, and he has seen the baseball.
Armstrong off the bag at first. Janusek at third. 1-2 to the waiting Perez. Here's the pitch. It's fouled off. He's fighting up there. True freshman, Bernie, Texas, his hometown. He's a wiry 6 feet, 168 pounds in the left-handed batter's box. Schuler sends the 1-2 plateward, and that misses badly with fastball up and away, and it's 2-2. Infield remains drawn in for Cincinnati. 2-2 the count. Here's the Schuler pitch up high, and the count is full.
This is a quality at bat for Dylan Perez.
He's starting to look a little more comfortable up there, isn't he? 2 strikes on him. He looks confident. Full count. Payoff on the way. Check swing and a pitch up in the zone. He went around, says third base umpire David Buck. It was borderline, and he ruled against the hitter. That's the first out of the inning.
It was close.
Very close.
And that was ball 4.
Here's Bryton Clements, 1 for 4 today. He was the hitter involved in the crazy 8th inning play. Now the infield slides to double play depth for Cincinnati. Bears have runners on the corners with 1 out, and Clements shows squeeze.
He certainly did.
Everything's still on the table, Tom.
Yep, with 1 out and good wills at third base, absolutely everything's on the table. You're looking for insurance to go on top of that 3 spot. You're up 6-3.
1-0. The pitch. He squares again as the corner infielders crash in. The pitch is outside, though, and it's 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets a good pitch, it's going to be safety, Derek. I mean, they're not going suicide by any stretch of the imagination, but right now he's showing that, you know what, if I get a pitch to handle, we're going to safety this one up and see if we can add a 4th run.
Here's the pitch. He swings and lines it up the middle into center field. A base hit. Janusek comes home, and it's 7-3.
Okay, so he's not going to safety it up. He's going to drive it into center field.
Hey, you know, pitch by pitch, Tom, the strategy can change, and it has done so here. 1 out, runners at first and second.
Keep
and
going.
It's a 7-3 Baylor lead.
Keep going.
RBI
Take out some
single.
Frustration right here.
For sure. It kind of feels like that, doesn't it?
Doesn't it? Absolutely.
Here is Ty Johnson. He's 2 for 3 today. A single, a double, a sacrifice, and a ground out. The pitch from Schuler, way out. So I tell you what, that fastball has a lot of arm side run for him, and he's missed badly to left-handers.
Oh, my. Another visit.
Yep.
Cincinnati's called timeout, and they're going to confer.
Well,
maybe.
If you happen to be just joining us, you know, in a game that started at 10 a.m. Central Time, you know, people might be, Tom, getting out of lunch after church right now back in Waco. The Bears have scored 4 times here in the top of the 9th inning to break a 3-3 tie. It's a 7-3 Baylor lead. Baylor took a 1-0 lead in the first. Then Trail gave up 2 runs in the third. Baylor tied it in the 5th. Cincinnati wrestled back the lead in the 6th. The Bears tied it in the 7th. And now have scored 4 times on a frustrating. We're going to have a pitching change here after that mound visit. Tom, it's been a frustrating offensive weekend for the Bears, who at one point went 16 straight innings without a run. Just, you know, struck out way too much. And even when they scored runs in this game, felt like you were missing out on opportunities. Well, here in this 9th inning, they've really poured it on some good pitchers for Cincinnati. You have Morrow, who's their closer. You have Schuler, who is, you know, the best ERA, the second best ERA on the team among anyone with 10 appearances or more, and you've chased both of them from the ball game.
Yeah, well, yeah, and you're hitting 93 to 96 mile per hour fastballs. You're turning those things around and sending them right back where they came from, and now you're going to see what the third pitcher, maybe I've lost count. The third pitcher of the inning.
Brendan Garula.
And you've gotten it done. I mean, you've executed the plan to perfect. And remember, a lot of this was based off of, you know, the energy that you put into it and the aggression that you had, Derek, in the inning. I mean, you put on some plays and you did some things to kind of kickstart this inning.
Well, Brendan Garula, the red shirt junior, a left-hander, makes his way out there. Garula, one of their mainstays out of the pit. Numbers look like this for Garula. 11 appearances, 2 starts, no record, a 4.85 ERA. A 3.27 opposing batting average, though, in 13 innings. 12 strikeouts and 15 walks allowed. So with Ty Johnson, they're just trying to get the lefty-lefty matchup.
Yeah,
it
was a matchup. Yeah, total matchup. But how pretty does that 4 spot look out on that scoreboard in right field?
Well, you know, Thomas, just think about if this was a 1-run, if the Bears had to settle for 1 run. You had a leadoff man, Ryan Taransky, due up in the 9th inning, who has 7 hits on the weekend, 3 today. And then we're obligated to say the nation's leading home run hitter, Quentin Coates. I mean, that's a drastically different situation if you end up having to settle for a run.
No question.
And not that the game is done. Cincinnati is a good offensive team, but 4 runs and maybe more feels a whole lot better.
Yeah, and that's why you continue to execute your offensive game plan. You play it. If you're the Bears right now, you're playing this game as if it's 1-1. I mean, you're executing your plan. You're going about your business. Again, it's college baseball. It's never enough. There's never enough. And so Jim Blair at third base and this offensive staff, they're gonna continue to see if they can put numbers on the board. It all depends on how they decide they want to attack this with this left on left. But I like the plan, and I like the way that they've gone about it here in the 9th inning.
A mid-at-bat pitching change. So Garula comes in with a 1-0 count to Ty Johnson. He delivers a fastball, called strike. Tell you what, up in the zone can be over the plate, just barely up, and it's not called a strike. Your pitches can be off the plate and called a strike. Here's the 1-1 to Ty Johnson. 2 on, 1 out. 4 runs in for the Bears here in the 9th, and the pitch called strike 2.
And Ty's shaking his head in the batter's box, but now he's got to protect. But I mean, that's not a strike,
right? And
he knows it.
Here's the 1-2 pitch to Ty Johnson, is chopped wide of first, a foul ball. We'll do it again. He's the 8th man to hit this inning. Still just 1 out. A 4-run frame for the Bears.
That pitch was off the plate as well, but he had to because he can't let the umpire dictate the at-bat here.
Tell you what, one thing this 4-run ninth has done is it has chased a lot of Cincinnati fans from the ballpark. It has emptied out.
It certainly has.
1-2. And the pitch way outside. Count evens.
That was close. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hey, we're up here. You can say it. Ty Johnson has had a nice day today. The pitch. Called strike 3.
My goodness, Derek.
Jim Blair just stands and stares. Ty Johnson looks back. I don't know what you do with that, and there's 2 outs.
There's nothing. I mean, even in a protect situation, that ball was so far. It was 3 baseballs off the plate.
You can't swing at that.
No, that's.
Well, now it's up to J.J. Kennett with 2 outs if the Bears want to add to it. Just 7-3 lead here in the 9th. Garullo with the pitch. Up and away, ball 1. You got to wait and look. You got to watch. See what the umpire does in his delayed calls. Anything between either on deck circle, I'm waiting. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. That one did look like a strike, and it is. It's 1-1.
What you're saying is above the grass and below the lights?
Sure, yeah. J.J. Kennett with runners at first and second and 2 away. Trying to add a little more cushion. He slices it down the right field line and delivers. The Bears are going to have to hold the runner. Tyson Armstrong runs through the stop sign, which proves fortunate because the throw from right field was airmailed to the backstop. Armstrong ran through the stop sign, and it ends up paying dividends as he gives the Bears an 8-3 lead because the throw from right field sailed badly behind the plate. And now Bo Caraway bats for the 2nd time this inning. Armstrong scores on the RBI single by J.J. Kennett, and Clemens moves on to 3rd.
How about that? You batted around on a weekend where you were just scrambling trying to get base runners.
Yeah.
Now you've batted around on the frame.
3-hit day for J.J. Now here's Bo Caraway. He hits a high chopper on the infield. Played on the second hop. He races to first and almost beats it. He does not, but the damage is done. Baylor with 5 runs in the inning. They get those 5 runs on 7 hits. They strand a pair of base runners. And so, after a frustrating weekend, the Bears head to the bottom of the 9th inning as closer Caleb Bunch is back out there. It's a 5-run lead, 8-3 Bears heading to the bottom of 9 on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Are you a diehard Bears fan? Sure, your entire closet is Baylor green and gold. All your pets' names have started with Judge, and that good old Baylor line is your ringtone. But do you have an official Baylor University toll tag? That small green and gold sticker reps the Bears and cuts your toll bill in half. Visit getmytolltag.com to purchase your specialty tag and deck your ride with Baylor pride. Small sticker, big savings, sick 'em Bears.
At Baylor Scott & White McLean Children's, you'll find the care your child deserves and trusted expertise to set your mind at ease. With a network of convenient pediatric primary and specialty care clinics and an advanced medical center, they offer a full range of pediatric care close to home. Learn more at bswhealth.com/McLean-Children's. That's bswhealth.com/McLean-Children's.
You're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Well, this has been about as wild of an 8th and 9th inning as you're likely to see here in Cincinnati. Baylor scores 5 runs in the top of the 9th inning to claim an 8-3 lead over the Bearcats in this getaway day. And now Caleb Bunch, who came on in the 7th inning, is looking to close this out. Hey, Baylor fans, this baseball season, make Pepsi your go-to game day drink because it's the only drink for baseball watching. Pepsi, that's what I like. Proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Caleb Bunch now finally gets to pitch with a big lead, a 5-run lead at that. You're not going to see that often for him this season. He's gone 2 innings, allowed 1 hit, struck out a batter, and has made him put it in play on his terms. 26 pitches, 16 strikes. But Baylor closer.
He has sat a long time, so.
It's true. Here's Ryan Taransky, the Cincinnati leadoff man. I don't know if Caleb Bunch is getting the communication from the dugout or not. And it appears that he is not. He's off the rubber. He's looking in the dugout. Now our home plate umpire, Jason Stidham, moves out in front of the plate. Now maybe things are good now. They hit the box. They hit it a couple times in the dugout, hit it real hard. The picture flickered back on. Here's the pitch to Ryan Taransky, the leadoff man, and he lifts it back to center field. It's playable for Caraway in a few steps, but he makes the catch, and there's one out. How about just a no-drama 9th inning, Tom? Is that too much to bottom of the 9th? Is that too much to ask for?
No, not at all. In fact, I quite encourage it.
Yes. Tom, coming up on the postgame show, we'll hear from Bears head coach Mitch Thompson. We will also visit with Ethan Calder and Bo Caraway. So stay tuned for that. Here is Quentin Coates. Takes ball 1. Tell you what, the specter of him looming, Tom, was a lot scarier if it was a 1 or 2 run game. But here is the pitch. He hits a chopper on the infield. Sanders playing back, gets it on the hop, throws wide to first, and the tag is not applied. Tice Armstrong wants a replay. Tell you what, that throw was a little nonchalant there, and it was not in time. Armstrong had to back swipe, and the Bears may review. I'll be honest with you, live, I thought he was safe.
Yeah, I did too, and you're right. That was nonchalant, very much nonchalant. Let's get our outs and get out of here.
It's worth a challenge at this juncture. To get that second out would be big, even though I think maybe it looked safe on the field. To get a second out, it's worth the effort. The juice is worth the squeeze on this one.
Absolutely, and they're going to go and they're going to go take care of it. And their replay booth, by the way, is directly behind center field. I mean, behind home plate.
Oh yeah, that door that right back there. All right, well they'll go take a look here, and we will see what transpires. Let's look back again at this game. Baylor with a run in the first inning as Pearson Reebok stole home. Actually reached on a throwing error, I beg your pardon. Home. He was at third base. There was a pick to first. It was in the dirt, bobbled by the first baseman, and Reebok came charging home. He scored to give the Bears a 1-0 lead. But then in the third inning, Cincinnati reclaimed the lead. RBI triple by Ryan Taransky. RBI single by Quentin Coates made it 2-1. Bears answered in the fifth inning as Bo Caraway grounded into a double play but brought home a run to tie it at 2. Cincinnati got the lead back in the 6th inning, but the Bears answered immediately in the 7th inning on a RBI bunt single, a squeeze play. Bo Caraway got the job done. And that made it 3-3. And then in the 9th inning, the Bears score 5 runs. A Bo Caraway leadoff triple. He's brought home by Travis Sanders on an RBI single. And now here is the call. He's out at first base. The call is overturned, so Cincinnati is down to their final out.
Well, you got to like that. And so even though he nonchalants it, he still gets it done, and they get 2 outs.
So now the Bears just need 1 more out to close out this weekend with a win. A frustrating weekend at times, but it would feel good to head back with the win. And then after that RBI single by Travis Sanders, the Bears got a 2-run double by Brady Janusek. Here's the pitch that misses up, and then an RBI single by Bryton Clements to give him the 5-run cushion. Bearcats down to their final out here against the Bears. 1-0 the count to Jackson Smith. Bunch rocks and fires. A pitch inside, and it's 2-0. 8-3 Bears, 2 outs, bottom of the 9th inning. Again, a win, and Baylor stays ahead of Cincinnati in the Big 12 standings. Wave and a miss at a cutter there, and the count 2-1. Well, this one would feel good to close it out. The 2-1 pitch is chopped wide of first, a foul ball. It's 2-2, and Cincinnati's down to its final strike. Caleb Bunch climbs back atop the mound, facing the left-handed hitting Jackson Smith. Here is the pitch, wave and a miss, and that's the ball game. The Bears close out the series with the win. A dramatic come-from-behind victory as they score 5 runs in the 9th inning. In the latter innings, the Bears pull a lot of good moves, whether it's bringing in Caleb Bunch in the 7th, whether it's dropping a squeeze play, whether it's kindling runners on the move. They kept pressure on Cincinnati late in the ball game and win this one going away. 8-3 is the final score. Our post-game show is coming up next year as the Bears close out the weekend with a win here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Are you tired of slow internet? Are data caps and throttling making it impossible to stream your favorite shows and movies? If so, it sounds like it's time to switch to NextLink Internet. With NextLink, there are no data caps and no throttling, just super fast internet speeds, up to 1 gig over wireless in some areas. Plus, NextLink is an official partner of Baylor Athletics. So don't wait another minute. Give NextLink a call or go online to nextlinkinternet.com to see what special offers are available to you. Blazing fast internet is just a click or phone call away. Sick 'em, Bears.
Favorite jeans, favorite shirt. Got Connecticut sausage and I'm firing it up. Yeah, everybody knows it's how I get my grill on. You can smell that flavor up and down the road. It's a little taste of heaven, and everybody knows it's how I get my grill on. Connecticut sausage. It's just a little taste of heaven.
This has been live coverage of Baylor baseball. Now, it's time for the post-game show. Brought to you by Bubba's 33, Scratch Made, Food for All, Gulf States Toyota, Let's Go Places, Baylor Scott and White, the official hospital and healthcare system of Baylor Athletics. Your healthcare, your way. Premier ER and Urgent Care. Feel better now. Rudy's Barbecue, the home of real Texas barbecue. Stay tuned as we break down the game. Listen to highlights, talk with Coach Thompson, players, and more. All coming up on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Back here in Cincinnati, it was a dramatic one today and a fun one as the Bears score 5 9th-inning runs to defeat Cincinnati 8-3 on a weekend in which the Bears had scored just 1 run through their first 17 innings of play. Got run ruled on Friday. The Bears scored an early run in this one, and it helped at least show that it was going to be a little bit different of a day, and then twice answered when Cincinnati reclaimed the lead. And then after a crazy sequence in the 8th inning, which there was mass confusion based on an umpire calling a force out when there was no force out, it appeared that Cincinnati had the momentum back, but they did not. Baylor kept them off the board in the 8th inning. They had the go-ahead run in scoring position, and then the Bears got out of it. Caleb Bunch got them out of the inning. And then the Bears score 5 runs in the 9th. Bears are huddled up down the first base line as they always do. And I tell you what, Pearson Reebok, who had a really big day at the plate for the Bears today, he finished with 2 doubles. And you can hear them down there yelling. They're excited down there. Pearson Reebok today had 2 doubles, a walk. He scored a pair of runs. It's been a frustrating season for him so far, but he came up big, and he is hearing it from his teammates in a positive way. And let's hear now from Mitch Thompson.
All right, Derek, thanks so much. Coach, let's just begin with the fight of this ball club. You know what? Ethan Calder fighting to stay in the game. Let's begin there.
Well, that was a huge – it was a gut check win. It was a great team win. It was a fight throughout the entire game. And, yeah, you know, when I went out to the mound – I had it in my head that, hey, we are going to take him out, but at the same time, we had talked about it and said, if he wants to stay in, you want to let him. And that's what I went out there. I go, do you want this guy? And he said, I want him. I said, you got him. Let's go. get it done. So I'm proud of Ethan. What a great start for me.
You know, he's pretty even keel, but he showed some emotion in that. And that was Derek and I from way up there noticed it, and you know that kind of got us jazzed up. So I can imagine what it did for the ball club.
Well, I know when I started out of the dugout, he had this look on his face like no, and I'm glad he didn't yell it at me, but he. He said he wanted it, and we wanted him to have it, and then Bunch was fantastic the last 2 and 2/3 innings.
And this was a big-time Big 12 ball game, and these two teams were just punching each other, and then you guys just broke this thing open the last couple of innings, and you didn't quit. You just kept adding on, and that was huge.
Well, it was. Once you got one run, now you get 3, now you go 4 or 5. It was something that just was demoralizing and took all the air out of them.
As you look back on this series, obviously it's disappointing not to win the series, but you took care of business in the sense that you kept your lead over this ball club in the standings.
Well, we wanted to win the series, there's no question about it. But when you lose the first 2, there's only one thing to do. You got to get this third one, and every one of them count, and every one of them's big. And we're halfway through the league now, and we got another half to go. So it'll be 15 more games to fight, but I'm really proud of our guys. I'm proud of Pearson Reebok getting three doubles or something here this weekend. I'm proud of Travis Sanders coming up with a big hit, driving in a couple of them there. He could not have had a tougher weekend. From an offensive standpoint. He got a big one. I'm proud of Bo Caraway leading it off and giving them a chance. They did misplay that ball out there, but he turns it into a triple, and it's huge. So there were so many guys that stepped up. J.J. Kennett, 3 hits. Brighton Clements, so many guys stepped up. Brady Janusek, for crying out loud. So offensively, it was a team effort. Defensively, we played good defense, and we got good pitching, and lo and behold, we won.
On the Brady ball, they shift away and leaving the 4-hole wide open, and he says, you know what, I'll take it.
Yeah, that's where I'm looking to go with it anyhow. Everything's away to everybody, and I'm going to shoot it right through there, and he did. It was a great win. It was a great win. I'm very much relieved after today.
Hey, Tom, tell us about the 8th inning. And I mean, it was mass confusion on that drop ball, not drop ball. I mean, can you walk us through that just a little bit?
Well, I went out and questioned if it was a drop ball. I said, listen, the shortstop saw that there's no double play to be had there. Our guys are going to be back. Tice did a great job reading it. Okay, open glove, and I'm assuming that this kid's a really headsy baseball player. And he open glove, it dropped right in front of him, and they executed it perfectly, right? Except for the fact that the third base umpire thought that it was a force play at third, which it wasn't. And so now we've got problems. And I was fighting for he dropped it on purpose. They didn't give me that, but then they did get together and say that they screwed it up, and so we got runners at first and second base.
Bottom line, you get the W, and you get to go home happy and get ready for UTSA on Tuesday night.
Big win. Appreciate it, Bear fans. Thanks for sticking with us.
That's the comments of a victorious head coach this afternoon, Mitch Thompson. And now we're going to talk to Bo Caraway. First of all, Bo, congratulations. What a great team win.
Thank you very much. It was awesome coming out here, the whole team playing a part.
What about this team? I mean, you've had a rough weekend. This club has had a rough weekend, but you guys came out kind of set – your jaw set and ready to go, and you guys went and got it done, and that's got to say a lot about your teammates.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, having a bad weekend will happen to every team, but you can't fall back. You got to come back out with all your guys, your brothers, and you just got to do one job and pass the baton to the next guy and just believe it. If you don't believe it, then it's not going to happen, and we believed it today, and we got the job done. 2
hits today for you in the starting role in center field. That's got to be fun.
It sure is, but we had a lot of big hits from everybody today, and that was probably one of the most cool things, coming out here down by 1, getting guys in scoring position, doing a job, and then having more guys step up to the plate and keep it going.
Well, talk a little bit about that. I mean, we were talking about it on the broadcast. You guys were just passing the bat in the 9th inning. It's next guy up, and he'd get a hit, and the next guy up, he'd get a hit. Just everybody passed the bat.
Yeah, I mean, we had the excitement passing the bat to the next guy, and we believed it. We were excited to do it. We were believing in each other and ourselves and just wanted to get the job done. It was a really cool experience doing that.
Hey, great win. Appreciate the time. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Post-game comments of Bo Caraway. Now we're going to talk to the old veteran, Ethan Calder, as he makes his way over. First of all, congratulations. What a win for this club.
Yeah, it's fun. Rough couple of days leading up to this day, but getaway day, it's always fun to get a win, so it'll be a nice flight back home.
We were talking about it, and it kind of fired Derek and I up when you were fighting to stay in the game. Talk a little bit about that and how that conversation went.
Yeah, honestly, I've never done it. I always, whenever the coaches want to make a decision, I trust their decision. But right then, that guy got a hit on me early in the game. I felt like I could get him, so I pleaded a little bit. The whole infield actually was like, come on, give him one more. So, it was fun, and I knew I had to get a strikeout there. So.
Your last couple of outings have been really, really good. Are you where you want to be? Are you in peak performance time right now here in the middle of the year?
Yeah, I feel really good. My fastball's really working. My slider's really good. My changeup, I'm dumping a curveball in there. I got to figure out a way to get lefties out. But, I feel really good right now. I feel really good pitching on Sundays, on a day where you can win a series, sweep a series. It's a big day for a team, so I feel really good. I feel like I give some energy to the team, so it's fun. It's been a lot of fun.
How big is this win to come in here and salvage a win, stay ahead of Cincinnati in the standings, and actually get things done offensively, execute the plan on the mound and defensively? It was a clean game, and just how big was this win for your club?
Yeah, it's always tough to go on the road somewhere. Just travel's all different. So, my goal out there was just to give as many zeros as I can, let the offense get going. We finally got going. It took us a while, but guess what? We got going in the ninth there with the 5 spot. So that was kind of the goal. Is like just give our offense as long as possible, see as many pitches as possible, and they finally broke through right there. But after a rough couple first 2 days, we knew that wasn't our team. We knew, maybe it's having to do with the travel, maybe just their arms were good on that day. But, as a pitching staff, we just got to throw as many zeros up there as possible and give our offense as many chances to score, and that's what we did today. So,
hey, congratulations on the win. We'll see you at the airport.
Yeah, we'll see you.
Post-game comments to Ethan Calder. Let's go back upstairs to Derek for more of the post-game show.
Hey, thank you very much, Tom. Good stuff there with Coach Thompson, Bo Caraway, and Ethan Calder. You can sense the excitement and a little relief even, as Mitch Thompson said. The team did not play well on Friday and Saturday, and really in any phase, to be honest. But today they did. They got it done at the plate in the 9th inning. They got it done on the mound, holding a good Cincinnati team to just 3 runs. And the Bears, on a day in which Cincinnati misplayed some balls, Baylor did not, en route to an 8-3 win. Baylor is back over 500 in Big 12 play at 8-7. The Bearcats fall to 6-9. We'll take a timeout and come back with more here on the postgame show after this. Baylor with an 8-3 win today over Cincinnati, and you're listening to the Baylor Sports Media Network.
We don't just build trucks. We build something that's meant to last. That's why the 2026 Toyota Tundra isn't just built in Texas. It's built by Texas. Every line, weld, and seal.
Okay.
Shaped with the pride, heat, and strength that only Texas really knows.
Okay.
Built to tough it out. And to take it easy. Built to carry tradition. And to make new ones. Built to roll with the punches. And to go the distance. Built stronger. Built louder. Built here. The 2026 Toyota Tundra. Built in Texas, driven everywhere. Test drive at your local Toyota dealer or visit Toyota.com today. Toyota. Let's go places. Feature availability differs based on trim. See Toyota.com for details.
Join us April 23rd at the Texas Sports Hall of Fame in Waco for our next Lunch with the Legend, presented by Baylor Alumni Sports Outreach. Our special guest will be Hall of Fame former men's golf coach Mike McGraw as he steps into retirement. It's Thursday, April 23rd, beginning at 11:30 a.m., and tickets are available now by calling 254-710-8300. Join us as we hear from Coach Mike McGraw, presented by Baylor Alumni Sports Outreach.
Baylor fans, ready to keep it cool this season? Ice and Easy delivers premium ice lightning fast. From tailgates to restaurants, construction sites, concerts, and races, Ice and Easy has you covered. Game day or work day, keep your drinks cold and your spirits bold. Ice and Easy, we deliver, you chill. Proud supporter of the Baylor Bears.
You're listening to Baylor Baseball on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Baylor Baseball brought to you by the Greater Waco Chamber. Whether you're a member business or considering membership, optimize the opportunity to gather and grow your business with us. Go to wacochamber.com/activate to explore the benefits of membership. Well, back here in Cincinnati, where the Bears close out the weekend with a victory, and a dramatic one at that, 8-3 over the Bearcats, as the Bears score 5 times, in the ninth inning to snap a 3-3 tie and turn it into a win. Pitchers of record in this one, Caleb Bunch, the win for the Bears. He's 4-1. Cincinnati's closer, Dominic Morrow, takes the loss. No one obviously gets a save in this game. Baylor now 20-15 on the year, 8-7 in Big 12 play. Cincinnati is 24-14, 6-9 in conference action. Ethan Calder didn't factor into the decision today, but he gave the Bears 5 2/3 strong innings of 9-hit, 3-run baseball, 6 strikeouts, just 1 walk. Max Calderon told us, we talked about the fact that with Ethan, you always know you're pretty much going to get at least 5 innings and at 3 runs or fewer. Ethan Calder has made 26 career starts, and exactly half of them have gone at least 5 innings with fewer than 3 runs. So he's been pretty reliable in that regard for the Bears, as we're rejoined by Tom Barfield. Tom, that was a fun one down there. You could sense it from Coach and the guys.
Yeah. Derek, there was jubilation. I mean, that's the only way I know how to describe it. I mean, there was relief, there was excitement, there was jubilation. I mean, there was all kinds of emotions running through that ball club. And you know what? They were jazzed up pretty big time in that post-game conference, too. I don't know if you noticed that.
I saw that, yeah, you could hear it.
But, yeah, I mean, and it was a big win. I mean, every win's a big win. I get that. But, I mean, to walk out of here and salvage a game, get on that plane and go home and get ready to play UTSA on Tuesday and then TCU coming to town over the weekend, that was big. So, yeah, Mitch is right. You got 15 games. Let's go to work and see what we can do over the next 15 games.
We also asked Mitch about that crazy play. We're not going to belabor it, but that kind of played out with both sides of the coin. It took us a while to get there, but that's what it was, right? There was the question of whether or not the guy intentionally dropped it. Then
Correct.
There was a force at third that was not. And so mass chaos ensues when something like that happens and when an umpire gets a call wrong like that, which does happen. More than that, Tom, I just like the fact that the team twice answered back from a deficit, and then when they had the chance to pour it on in the ninth inning, they absolutely poured it on to the tune of 5 runs after having scored just 1 run in the first 2 games combined.
Yeah, it's like I talked with Bo Caraway. They passed the bat to the next guy, and the next guy delivered, and then the next guy delivered, then the next. I mean, and that's winning baseball, Derek. I mean, that is the bottom line. That is winning baseball right there.
Well, the Bears do win this one by a score of 8-3, 8 runs, 15 hits for the Bears, 10 men left on base, 3 runs, 11 hits, 1 error, 9 men left for the Bearcats. Next up for the Bears is a game against UTSA. The last time these two teams met was in Houston, Texas. It didn't go so well for the Bears. They lost 11-6. Tom, it's a big one on Tuesday night, and hopefully you feel a lot better. The Bears carrying a little momentum into that one.
Yeah, that was your 20th win of the season today, and you're right. When you're fighting for W's and you're fighting for your resume, they're all big. And yeah, UTSA is and it's a great team. They've got a great ball club down there in San Antonio, and it's going to be fun. I can't wait to get to the ballpark on Tuesday night.
Well, you'll have the call there with Cole Posey on Tuesday, 6:30, first pitch to be on the air at 6:15. Well, that's going to wrap things up on a really good day for the Bears. Let's give you a couple of stars again in this one before we close it out. The Bears today get 3 hits from J.J. Kennett. They get 3 hits and 2 RBIs from Brady Janiusek. Bo Caraway, 2 hits and an RBI. Travis Sanders, after a rough weekend, comes through with what proves to be the game-winning hit in the ninth, and the Bears win it by a score of 8-3. Tom, got an airplane to catch, so we better wrap things up so you can get there and send y'all off in style. The Bears send everyone off in style today.
Yeah, that's the other thing they're doing down there. They're scattering right now, trying to get on that bus to get to the airport, and I got to do the same.
All right, well, safe travels there. We'll be listening to you and Cole on Tuesday. 8-3 the final score. The Bears improved to 20-15 again on the year, 8-7 in Big 12 play. We hope you will join us. Hope join Tom and Cole on Tuesday night on the Baylor Sports Media Network. We want to say thanks to our producer, Van Goodall, back at our studios in Waco. Speaking for him and Tom Barfield, I'm Derek Smith. Here from UC Baseball Stadium, the Bears win it today, 8-3. So long from